Jump right in. Just ignore what's happening down there. There's nothing to see there. It's invisible. We're going to pop back in. I did actually, and you'll even notice there's mods here. Like these, only the ones that are green are loaded. So the official DLC. For the record, all of these are made by Giant Software. They're the official mods, with the exception of the bucket, additional information, ignore the farmhouse. Like this last row, basically, is the ones that are official. But none of those are loaded. Oh, and the Universal Autoloader, which we haven't used yet. At least I don't think we have. But yeah. Oh, I also forgot. For the first, second, and third, and all that stuff. Burning Sun grabbing the first, second going to Senji Cookie, and the third going to Ken Hawk. So thank you so much for grabbing those. But yeah, so we're trying to do is I want to kind of make it a goal that it would like to at least get the base equipment of the NEXAT today. That's gonna be hard. If we catch it on sale, boom, it's done. But we're gonna try and push to get some proper money. And like yesterday, we did make somewhere in the area of like 300,000 over the course of yesterday between the debt we paid off and the trailer. Because if we look at what we accomplished yesterday, we got a lot done. And thank you for the partnerversary wishes. Like if we really look at what we got done. Oh, my music. It's too quiet. There we go. We look what we got done. So I got the semi. I got this crop trailer. I got a water trailer. I got the like vegetable greenhouse. There was something else we got. We got a lot of stuff. And as far as our debt goes, we do have a bit of debt at the moment. Just because again we bought all those things. Okay. What the heck was I working on? So we planted. Did we plant it? Oh no, we harvested it. We harvested it and cultivated that field. So that field's in pretty decent shape. You're all good. Contract-wise, that was right. I ended up with like 4 contracts to do barley. And so we spent all the time doing barley. We did advance the month. And then we're good. So far as replanting our barley, that happens in September. So I guess we're just ready to advance a month. That's part of what's helped us with the money, is we're not just running down all these cultivating contracts that, you know, they're relatively okay time and money-wise. But instead just going, all right, ignore those little contracts. We're just going to keep moving forward, focus on our own stuff and not doing as much of the side contracts. Because as you can see, my own stuff is fetching me pretty good money. So I go right here and instantly, boom, boom, another 10,000 off the debt. Hoping to see NEXAT stuff show up here. Those aren't going to need water. We are checking the contracts, just in case we get like a really good contract pops in. Like the other day we got, it was almost $12,000 worth of harvesting contracts for barley. So we jumped on those immediately because that's a lot of money. Which we had plenty to spare of the barley we got there. We had like 20,000 liters or something like that. That's currently sitting in our silo for December so we could pay it or sell it at its best price. All right. Now, as you can see, we can go right here, repay a little bit more. Yeah, 1 field of sorghum's not worth my time. I mean, that's right next to us. I'll grab that one because it's right here, and it's a fast process. And then while I'm working on that, I can take a peek at some of the other stuff. Oh, it's also time to plant, isn't it? That's fine. So let's get our quick cash from the contract up here. And then once we get that, we got to seed this field, and then we got to hoe it. Nothing on sale that I care about right now. But once I get it on the line, I'm going to need to get the seeder again. Alright. Which will probably require me to take back that last loan payment. I did just take that back real fast. Oh, I want that. Alright. So we need to go down here to Cedars. We've been grabbing this one. We will do customize. We do want the fertilizer thing to it. We will be leasing that. I don't have the money. Like I just said I wasn't going to have the money. We can go here. Need to borrow that $5,000 back. Because already in this stream, we've already paid off $15,000. So just, now it's only $10,000 we've paid back. Alright. So as soon as we're done with this field, we can run over, we can grab the cedar we just did, plant our barley. And once we got our barley down, we will need to run over it with the hoe here real quick, and that should be good. And that gives me a little over $10,000 a year from managing that field. You know, minus whatever the expenses are. It's probably closer as far as actual profit to something like $7,000. But, so you can get the idea that it doesn't pay that much to manage a small field, considering that's like 2-3 of some of these contracts. Like, if I did this contract 3 times over, I would make more money than handling that whole field. But you don't get to just repeat the easy contract again and again and again. You do the easy contract and then it's gone, and then you have to settle for something a little bit more involved, and yada yada. Now the real question is, how much can I borrow? Like, what is my credit line up to? Because I mentioned I do want to try and get the NEXAT as like the big thing for the stream, to at least get the machine. Because if I can get the main thing and at least one header for it, we can start doing any contracts that come up that I can do with that header. I can use it for that job on my fields until I can buy the next header, at which point then that's 2 jobs I could do, and then you get the next header. You get where this is going. So I want to see, like, with all that, how much, like, how much money do I need in the bank to be able to buy the NEXAT and one of its headers? Like, one of its headers that would be useful. So the cultivator would be a really good choice because there's lots of cultivation contracts. They pay relatively okay. The hoe/weeder header wouldn't be the worst choice. I don't know if the fertilizer header would be worth me doing right away. I just have to watch, because some of those require 2 parts. Like, there's a harvester header, but you need, like, the harvester is 1 piece, and then you need, it's basically a reservoir for the crop that you pick up, and that's a separate piece. And again, thank you for all the partner-versary wishes. I do really appreciate it. We'll try to get into that here in just a second. I want to drop this off real fast. It's fine, don't worry about it. Get over here. Grab the cedar. And fill it up. That's probably enough. Switch over to barley and get our field starting to go. All right. Then while this is going, we can get our contracts turned in, so we get our 2,000 whatever dollars. And then, like I said, I want to take a quick peek. And how much we can borrow. So turn in the contract, get our toy 200. Alright. So how much can I borrow? Not that we're gonna actually borrow this. I wanna get an idea of what my credit line is. 500,000. So it's a $500,000 exactly. All right, it's not as much as I was hoping it would be for that, but that's the knowledge we have. So it looks like we have a hard $500,000 limit. Weird that's exactly $500,000. Okay. Because if I remember correctly, unless something changed, the credit limit you have scales with how much property you own. Let's see, every time you see the mission screen, it makes you think of the guy. The guy's name is Ben Hoeing. Like it's a whole Hoeing family that go giving you the missions. That would be a fun Easter egg for probably a modded map. Alright, so we can get $500,000. The NEXAT, if we were able to score it new, is 655,000. If we catch it on the discount, it'd be probably 300 something. So we can afford it on the discount because I have $100,000 debt. If I want to just buy it, straight up buy it brand new, I need to have about $155,000 in the bank, not counting whatever equipment it's going to replace. So like if I get the NEXAT and then I snag up the harvester header, which won't be what happens because I require multiple pieces for that. If I were to do that, then I could go ahead and return that. So let's take a look at our vehicles. Well, actually, let's look at the headers available for the NEXAT and which ones we can get relatively cheap. So the cultivator's about 200,000. That's literally a reservoir. I'm not going to worry about the disc harrower because I don't believe that'll work for the cultivator contracts. Yeah, the cedar. So it's almost all of these are 200,000. There is the hoe. The hoe's another one. So the cultivator or the hoe would be not a bad choice to start with. Yeah, so the cultivator or the hoe will be one of the first ones we get. So we're looking at brand new. I would need a cumulative total of somewhere in the area of about $800,000 to $900,000. We can borrow up to $500,000 of that. So that means to get the NEXAT and to be able to do literally anything of substance with it, I need about $300,000. Now, if we were to return equipment, unfortunately, most of their equipment is not going to return for very much. Surprisingly, that harvester's only worth about $100,000. The cultivator, we get about 20,000 for it. The hoe, about 20,000. So you get where we're going here. So realistically, I'm going to need to raise somewhere in the ballpark of around $250,000. No, that's not right. Yeah, no, about $250,000, $300,000 to get the NEXAT and a header if I buy them all new. To be able to do that. If I can catch it on sale, then the price drops by about $300,000, which means the header plus the NEXAT would be within my credit line. All right, that's gonna take some work. That's what that's boiling down to. It's gonna take some work to do that. Most realistically, the cultivator is going to give me more job opportunities to make money as well. And it is going to be very impractical for it, because I'll be paying the monthly debt on all of that, which our greenhouses will be more than able to compensate for. But that does mean I'll be paying a huge amount on the debt from it. And with only one of the headers, it's going to only be able to do a handful of contracts. But we'll get it there. Hey, dude, and again, thank you for all the partnerversary wishes. I really do appreciate it. All right. Yeah, because I figure once we get the core things we need for the NEXAT setup to be able to manage a field, at that stage, we can get a lot of things sorted out. It'd also be good for us to try and get money for the animals too. Almost all of that's going to be boiling down to money, which is why we're in the a little bit more of the go fast mode when it comes to, if I'm not working my own field, I want to rush through and be able to cash in some quick thousands of dollars out of the greenhouse. I'm not doing a particularly amazing job seeding this field this time. What do we have in regards to contracts? Nothing, I think, is a good choice. All right. It'll be really nice, though, to get away from doing the tiny little tractor. It served us very well, but as I had mentioned on the last stream, we had a lot of opportunities to buy, like, pretty good low-end large to medium-end large tractors. We had a lot of opportunities where I could have just, you know, taken the loan and bought it and had, you know, what's effectively an end-game tractor. But we held off on that just because with the dare drop, that's not our goal. So burning $100-some thousand just to devalue it and then turn around isn't a good call. Plus then the temptation to fix it and then be like, oh, it's time to get the next thing, sell it and immediately pop back and just, right now the repairs are free, so you can kind of cheese money if you want. I've been avoiding it. Hey, simulator, how's it going? But I've been avoiding those cheese strats that can be tempting when you're trying to rush something. All right. It's like, to give you an idea, if we were to use the cheese strat, if I bought this and then repaired it and sold it back, I'd probably get somewhere in the area of 60 to 70,000 for it when I sell it back. So I would be making like $20,000 basically for repairing it. And I wouldn't mind that kind of thing if, like, you actually had to do something for repairing it versus just going around being like, okay, repair, it's for free, all right, give it. But like if there was like a mechanic between, like, you could choose in the game to like take the tractor back to your shop and do a mechanic simulator kind of thing where you're like, oh, here's the part that's bad, that part costs $500, you know, take all the bolts, replace the wires, yada yada yada. Okay, so now you invested $500 into this repair, plus, you know, it's got money tied up in it. And then you turn around and can sell it back, and you turn a profit of like $2,000. That would be fine, because then at least you are allocating time to earn that money. Versus right now with the bug, it literally is just patch it up and go. It's also been those things that I've had to avoid the temptation when explaining the bug to demoing the bug, because even if you don't intend to, each time you demo the bug, you are padding your numbers out a little bit. Like, we did one test of the bug on a fairly inexpensive item just to see it in action, and then we just didn't do it again. Whereas I could have bought the thing for, like, we had something that was like $200,000 that day I could have bought and easily scored a 300,000 plus. I'm also not doing the thing where we buy power generation because it's another one of those ones where you put it down and it just gives you free money. The greenhouses have always been on the fence for me where it's like, okay, well, one, I want the things you get from the greenhouses, but in a lot of ways it is free money once you build them. At least they require you to put water in. And there are mods out there to automatically water your greenhouses that they're like, yeah, plumbing's the thing. Why do I gotta drag the water here myself? And it's like, okay, I hear you. But also, then it's just, you buy it, and it's just kind of a forever money at that point. Okay. Yes, there's a little gap I'm gonna have to go over here, just because we're getting towards the edge of the field in the headlands. And then that far end, I've got like 2 spots that I missed. So I might as well go over those and fix them when we get there. So technically I have 3 more passes and then just sniping the end of the field. Where it is taking the corner a little too sharp. And then we just go over this with the hoe real fast so that the weeds don't come in. And then that field is done until harvest time. And snipe these. I could snipe this edge right now while I'm sitting here. Since that pole was kind of in the way. Alright. So we got that sorted out. That does kind of make me wish we could move poles around and all that. That like you could pay money to be like, all right, well this power pole is in a bad spot. Well, I own this land. Not that you would like fully eliminate it. You know, have some reason you need it so you could like pay to either bury it or you'd be like, okay, well I just want to move it like 6 feet that way. So you just move that over. And I know there's mods that let you delete pretty much any of those things too. If it exists, there's a mod for it. It's just the way it works. That said, for that video I was mentioning that I'm working on, I was doing a lot of experimentation about, like, being a little bit more open to some of the modded equipment for it. Because in Farm Sim 25 versus 22, there's not as much in the way of, like, low-end equipment that I was seeing. So for doing a Survivor Man map, I was finding if I gave myself the basics I needed to do, like, grass or whatever, it means I'd have like an actually okay tractor, a mower, and like a foraging wagon. You look at it's like, all right, I already got like $80,000 worth of equipment between just that. That doesn't feel very Survivor Man-esque. So I looked around and like grabbed like mods, be like, okay, well what if I get a bucket, a shovel, and like a scythe to mow grass with? And the shovel was kind of janky. The bucket was fine. The bucket bucketed. The shovel was kind of weird because you kind of just like click and drag it around. Not like you hold it, but like you drag it around to work with it. And like, this feels funky as heck. I don't want to do this. And I tried like a scythe and a weed whacker I found to have like, you know, again, like a really very, very basic means of cutting grass. But both of them, even though your character picks it up, it still moves like a vehicle, even to the point that you have cruise control. And so it takes like...
Thank you, Flincher66, for subscribing for 3 months. Party hat, happy partner anniversary.
Thank you, Flincher, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 3 months you've been subbed to the channel. You could use that Prime sub anywhere on Twitch, and you chose to use it here, and that means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. And I do appreciate the partnerversary well wishes and all that, so thank you. But yeah, so as well as things that, like, you get it, and you can't, like, you pick it up, and your character can't move for a couple of seconds, which I came to realize was the delay around moving because you need to start your engine on a scythe. It's made of wood with a metal blade and no motor. And then even then, it just like did this weird like back and forth motion, like not like a real scythe, like it very slowly moved back and forth. It looked terrible, and I get it. They're trying to finagle that into an engine that really wasn't made with consideration of hand tools being that big of a thing. So like not blaming the mod people for it being a bit of a cluster. They were working around the stuff they had. All right, let's cancel that lease so we're not paying for it. There you are. Now we need to hoe the field so the weeds don't grow in. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that like I tried that and I was like, oh, this looks really bad. Yeah, like I don't want to do this. And then I tried a weed whacker. It was mostly the same thing. Like literally it worked like a vehicle. Your character's arms would just kind of like flub all over the place because it again was just that's not the right thing at all. That would have been a massive loss of progress because I would have just cultivated up all the seeds I had just planted. Alright, sometimes when you do this, I can just roll up from this side, and it'll flip it back onto its stuff when I go to drive back off of it. Sometimes. I gotta get it to where I can actually... Ooh, that actually might work. If it comes from the other side where it's tipped up like that, I might be able to get under it slightly. Normally the way you can fix this if you don't have this is you take like the forklift end, and you just go on one side and just lift the end of it up and it'll sort it out. Nope. And you can reset position this stuff if you don't, like you get truly stuck. I usually don't need to do that. Alright, so let's get ourselves a little running start and see if I can't get ourselves to climb over it. Come on. Can't quite get to the point where I'm kind of going downhill to uphill. Yeah, so it's not working at all. Okay, I see. If I turn it this way, I should be able to bounce it back up. Well, I guess we're resetting positions. It's fine. Yep, can't quite make it happen. Actually, we probably could if I wanted to really fight with it. But I think, honestly, we're better off just, I believe what I need to do is hop out of the vehicle. I also don't show this very often, but yeah, so if you get something stuck like that, you can hit reset. And then it puts it back there. And reset. The one thing to keep in mind when you reset stuff, if you have like a trailer full of material or something, a lot of the times you will lose the material in the trailer. So that's just a thing to be aware of. You can get yourself in trouble with that. Alright, let's get this going, because I could sit there and fight with it for the next half hour to get there, which realistically I'd probably buy the forklift, lift it up, and then it'd just be I have the forklift going forward. That's just not needed. Okay. There's also a couple other ways to pick things up. Like there's certain trailers for headers and all that, that if you get them close enough, you can get to snap to the trailer. We had previously, the last time I knocked it over, it just for whatever reason gave me the prompt that I could attach it, even though it was like completely the wrong angle and everything. And when it did, just kind of snap them both in a rotation that then once, even though I put my tractor outside, but it was attached, I could just open it up and it would tip my tractor back up. They happen. Sometimes Farm Sim turns into SnowRunner for a minute. It's a terrible angle. Okay. But yeah, and part of the reason I am going out of my way, even though this field isn't very lucrative for me to do, is just so I'm not just fast-forwarding my way to victory. You know, get yourself something making money and then just keep hitting fast-forward until it goes. The classic tried-and-true strategy doing a lot of the city builders and tycoon-style games, where you stabilize your economy, and then just fast forward the game until you have a bunch of money, and then you're going and just doing what you want because you don't have to worry now because you've got effectively infinite money. I definitely remember a number of games doing stuff that was trying, like it had something that wasn't the challenge for the objective, it was some other random thing like an achievement or something. And that, you know, you do that kind of stuff to like work around what the challenge of the achievement to make it work. Or like the classic when you're playing a game, like a tycoon-style game, and they're like, oh yeah, you need to make it sure this many people are happy, or this many people, you know, aren't hungry, or this many people or whatever. And you can just go, okay, and just close your park till everyone leaves, and then opens. It's like, okay, everyone's well-fed. Congratulations, you did the thing. Because they just arrived and they didn't have a chance to get hungry. Some of those achievements in some of those games basically require that kind of attitude too. Like the Planet Coaster, even Roller Coaster Tycoon back in the day, it was before achievements were a big thing. If it did have achievements, it would be it'd be one of those things like, okay, make sure, you know, 90% of your people in your park aren't hungry, and be like, okay, well, I've got food stands every 2 meters and they're practically free, and these people are still starving because they just won't go to them. This doesn't feel like it's my fault. Hey, Luxray. Hopefully get that internet soon. You know how frustrating that can be. Alright, so we got all that squared away. Take one last look at the contracts. Let's actually click out of the window. The one last look at the contracts. Nope, like that one's okay, but I'm not going to worry about it. Only if we get a couple of cultivating contracts, I can just do back to back to back to make it really worth my while. And then in December, we sell the barley we've already got harvested. And that'll score us... I actually don't know how much that'll be. Because like I said, we padded out our numbers by borrowing from some of the contracts we were doing. The surplus, and we saved it. Nothing we care about right now. I mean... 4,400 for soybeans is not terrible. The rest I don't care for, but that's fine. We can go back to here. Pay that down a little bit. You want to speed up time. Because then I'm going to take that soybean contract, I think. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get multiple soybean contracts. We'll be able to score like an R10,000 this in-game day. So I'm just fast-forwarding time until the rain goes away because we'll take a harvest penalty. Otherwise, and that'll be a problem. both for successfully completing the contract and just overall how much money I can make from it. Get you in position. How are my greenhouses doing in the meantime? They're okay for right now. Right, so we got for 5,500. We got a soybean contract. We'll take that. There's another 4,400 soybean contract right next to the other one. And all the rest of those contracts I have no interest in doing. Lots of partner parties being held on Twitch. Yeah. Well, they made it so you could do like the celebration in the channel itself kind of thing, which didn't used to be a thing. That's good. Meanwhile, in the interim, since I don't need you for this, there's that contract. I'll take that. Because that's what I could just chuck a worker on and ignore. That's the wrong side again. All right. You're 26. I think that's north one block and then to the east. And this one I'll just hand over to the worker and let the worker deal with. The rain should be going away. I believe since it's showing the sun there, it is technically no longer raining so far as calculations and all that go. But I am trying to make sure it goes away so we get the full value. I'm pretty sure we're okay, but we'll see. All right. There we go. All right, so that you get to work on that. We've got 2 fields for you to do. While you get that initial amount, I'm going to go ahead and just top off the greenhouses. And go from there. And I eagerly await buying this field to the south so I can fix this terrain to make this nowhere near as terrible as it is right now. I've learned time and time again, like I'll forget about it, to like level out the field first, and then after I level out the field, then put, like level out the area I want to build on, I should say, not the field. Level out the area I'm going to be building on, then put down the building, just so I can control exactly how everything looks. Versus slapping it down and letting itself figure itself out, and then trying to clean up retroactively never has that particularly good of results. All right. Now the soybean, I'm not going to be able to hold on to. Whatever surplus we get, we're just selling. Also, let's make sure. Okay, both the soybean are selling to the same place. All right. But yeah, so harvesting both those fields, the contracts themselves are going to give me about 10,000. And then realistically, I'll probably be able to scrape an extra 6-ish thousand over the top for them just by harvesting the entire field before selling any. Because they only expect you to get about 80% of the crop successfully out of it. So the extra 20 you get to keep. Hey, no, but thanks for the partnerversary wishes. I do appreciate it. I also think this is the time of year you see a lot of people hit partner. Because, you know, you'll have ridden through, like, the really good season, like the winter and all that. And if you're, like, on that fence, this is about the time viewership picks back up. After it goes to the lull in February and all that. You know, January, February, where everything kind of dips viewership wise. So it wouldn't surprise me that people are like on the fence trying to get it. This would be when their numbers come back up to when they can actually apply and get through and yada yada. Or it used to be where you'd apply and it'd take over a month to hear back from them. And again, you'd probably have it where before the dip gets real bad. Oh, I need the trailer or the truck. You know, this would be a month after, like, the lower thing. Because a lot of times, the first time you'll apply, you know, Twitch will be like, hey, we see that you got the numbers, but they don't give you that approval right at the beginning. They're like, we'd like to see you sustain those numbers for a while. And they usually do that with anyone whose growth is just, like, very abrupt and sudden. Because... you know, you can get lucky in right place, right time, just get some early success. But then the moment that game is not the new hotness, then your numbers just fall off suddenly. That happens a lot. So it's kind of a way to be like, all right, well, we just want to make sure that this isn't a one-off win. All right. Happy hat day. Well, thank you, Tumbleweed. I appreciate that. We're going a little too fast. There's also a chance with these I might have to, you know, borrow the 5,000 temporary to pay the workers just to get the money back instantly later. All right. Honestly, with the leasing stuff too, if I got the Nexat itself, I could lease the headers.
Thank you Moon_1379 for subscribing for 6 months.
And thank you, Moon, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. That's 6 months, half a year you've been subbed to the channel, so I appreciate that continued support. I hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, so how are you doing over here? You're getting ready to finish. You're on your headers. Or, not headers. Words. Header lanes, whatever those things are called. Where they do the outside border. Hedgerow, that's the word. Okay, so we can go there. Get that contract out of here. And I could do a tiny one. All right. So we got ourselves a cool $2,000 and some change for hoeing that field real fast. And that means the tractor's done for today. So we'll go ahead and have the tractor gas up, repair, do all these things. Because that's something I can work on while we wait for the harvester to fill up some more. Keep ourselves productive. All right. You know, get the gas first and then the repair, just because of basically needing to go by the repair place anyways. It'll just be convenient to come back that route. So no way we're going by it right now. But it means I won't have the little teeny tiny bit of wear and tear from driving around back and forth either. Not that it matters that much of that little amount. Alright. It'd be interesting to see the process they go through for doing like the map design on these various maps. I do know a lot of these maps, they make original assets for each map. Like some of them they will carry through, like, you know, generic house number 5 or whatever, because it doesn't really matter that they reuse a house on a different map. But then they'll introduce like new styles of buildings here and there to make sure it fits the whatever aesthetic they're going for, like what region of the world they're trying to have it represent, that kind of thing. I'm also curious what maps we're going to get this year. So for those who don't know, usually with the updates we get, when you get like the year pass or whatever, you'll get a couple of equipment packs. Like the NEXAT is one of the equipment packs, for example, where they'll toss in a couple of extra vehicles and all that. Usually not a huge thing. Like sometimes there's been some real winners in those packs, and other times it's just like, oh, that's cool. I don't really care, but like it's neat. But then they'll have like an actual expansion thing that drops, which usually introduces a couple new crops, the equipment for those crops, and quite often a brand new map to go with those crops as well. So to give you an example, the map we're on now, Sri Lanka, actually came out with Farming Simulator 22, and it was one of their expansions for the root crop. So when we got the parsnip and carrots and all that, this map came kind of bundled in that pack. And then with Farm Sim 25, the new region of the world we've explored for the very first time would be East Asia. Prior to that, for the most part, the official stuff for Farm Sim has been vaguely European and United States. With them adding in a bunch of, you know, Asian influences, it does make me wonder if we'll get a an expansion pack or two or whatever that, you know, will have more like Asian culture. Like we might, you know, get like a Japan map or something like that. You know, vaguely Japan, that kind of thing. Alright, so I have been paying attention. So when you're going down that way, your pipe is on the right. When you're coming back up, the pipe should be on the left. So far as, like, relative to the field, not the vehicle. So if I catch it going up... Wait, is that right? I'm second-guessing myself. It's fine. whichever way. If it's not on the correct side here, let's go to this end of the field again. I'm on the wrong side, I'm pretty sure. Yep, so what we'll do is just do a lap around the field. And then when it goes to go back down the field, we'll top off again. Just so it can keep running. But with any luck, I should be able to fit both these soybean fields in this trailer all in one go. And we should be able to get a pretty good surplus on our pay on this one. Yep, so let's just stage right here. So when the harvester gets down to this end, you can just ride along with it to empty it out on the way up, and that'll be good. In the meantime, just double check you make sure we didn't get any like amazing contract. That's actually a pretty good contract too. Yeah, we'll do that. So it's just extra money while we're sitting here. Yes, here field 25, which is right over here. So if I get this put on here, we could just jump real fast over to the other vehicle and make it happen. It's weird that that's field 25, considering all the areas around it are much higher numbers. So I'm curious how that one got settled to be 25. Whereas normally, if I remember, it's usually like the farther up and left you go. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, this map just has weird numbering. Oh, hey, car. Don't mind me, I was just, you know, distracted driving a little bit. It's probably okay. Alright, you do your thing. And get you into position to empty this out. It looks like it might have just one more pass and then this field's done. And then we do the field to my left. That's the big cash out for today in game. Killed the speed a little too early. All right. It doesn't seem so far as like acreage to volume that soybean actually gives you that much. I know it's a very valuable crop so far as the total sale. I mean, I guess it's not bad. Because the amount we already have in now is about what my field over there gives me for barley. It's about 10, 12, 13,000. But this field feels like it's way bigger. Hey, Belnar, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had some fun doing 2 Point earlier today. I was, saw you playing that a little bit earlier today. We're making good progress in the game, but welcome in, Raiders. In just a moment, I'll get you a shout-out when I'm not cruising along. All right, shout-out's already handled. So, thanks so much for getting that shout. But yeah, and thank you for the partnerversary wishes and all that good stuff. For those who don't know Belnar, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, someone I definitely recommend checking out and all that good stuff. Really good content over there. Does a lot of indie games. Also does a decent number of like survival crafters and all those kind of things. But doing a lot of 2 Point Museum recently. So doing all that. Had a lot of fun again. Finally getting to 5-star museum. Nice. Yeah, I think where I left off, I believe I have 2 5-star museums now. I think. I've been working through all that. Yeah, no, I do have 2 5-stars because I got the desert one and the aquarium 5-starred. And then we were starting on trying to pursue the 5-star on the haunted one. Yeah, no, it's been good. I've been really enjoying the game. It's a really solid game. Like, I've enjoyed all the 2-point games, but it's definitely set a higher bar for the thing. The aquarium is so nice. That's the one you're 5-starring. I love the aesthetic of aquariums, where it's just like where, you know, again, they put the light into the glass and all that so you can see it, like, well, into the aquarium and all that, and just how it kind of gives everything around it kind of a blue hue. There's just something about that ambiance. Hey, Elder Druid, thank you for the partnerversary wishes. Which, for the record, we're going to be starting a subathon tomorrow, not today. I actually put down the day I wanted to celebrate to be tomorrow, but, you know, Twitch works in mysterious ways. You're sad that there's not a proper archaeology museum? Well, I know there's, so if you're talking like archaeology, like ancient ruins, yeah, no, you're not wrong. Because I was like, what about the first? I was like, no, that's more paleontology. Let's see here. Just hopping in. Are you focusing on an animal type in this playthrough, or just any grain? Right now, we're not very far into the run, so I can't really say I'm focusing on much of anything. Like, this is actually a contract I'm working on, not my own field. My own field across the way, just that little one, we're currently doing barley, but it's not because I want to really focus on barley so much as it's what I have available I can knock out real quick. If you look at the objectives on the left side of the screen, those are what I'm trying to do for Dare Drop. We will need to have 20 of every animal, so there will definitely be some level of focus on animals. One of the other big things that we're doing is we're also going to be working on getting the new NEXAT equipment. That's actually what my current focus is to try and get enough money to get the NEXAT stuff going. Also an art museum? Yeah, that'd be nice. Like a proper art museum. Okay, so you're gonna go ahead and go the whole way around. And then most likely I'll need to go to the other end of the field and ride back with you on the return trip when you get the whole way around on this side. But most likely it's going to not be too long that I'll probably want to get chickens. But for the dare drops, each of these objectives I accomplish, I get a key for the full game and a key for the NEXAT DLC to give out. Like, not instantly, they get delayed a couple days before I actually have those keys. So that's the reason we're focusing on them. And it's just the catch of the thing I need to get is this monstrosity that costs $655,000, and each of its pieces of equipment are in the $100,000 to $300,000 price range. And they basically let you do everything you could need a field to do to go start to finish. But I'm really hoping it comes up on the in-game sale, because there's a lot of ways to cheese money in this game. Especially right now, there's a bug that repairs are free, which really lets you cheese money in a big way. And I've not been doing that. But, we are trying to get things going. Is the keys for Steam? Yes, I'm pretty sure they're for Steam. I'd be pretty sad if they weren't. I'm pretty sure they're for Steam. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure they're Steam. Because I remember there was one time they did a dare drop where they gave out keys to their own store thing, and it was very poorly received. Because people would prefer it going through Steam. I 100% agree. I want it through Steam, not third-party stuff. And you're about to finish. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's all through Steam. But yeah, so with all that, like, I like when I can do that for the community where there's a game I enjoy and I can get, like, a bunch of people keys for the games and whatnot. Because in the end, I'll have, I believe, 7 keys for the full game, 7 keys for the NEXAT DLC. Those will go together, by the way. And I'll have 1 key for the McDon DLC and 1 key for the CR11 DLC. Which the McDon and the CR11 are nowhere near as big a deal. Because I want to say, when you bought the game, most of the ways you could buy it, you got the McDon or the CR11 with the purchase. You know, and if you got the season passes or anything like that, you got it as well. Hey, Infinity, how's it? You know, thank you for the well wishes on all the stuff. So there's our 2800. Check to make sure we didn't get any more lucrative contracts popped in while we were doing that. Nope. Yeah, it's fine. CR11? Yeah, it's a tractor. I always blank on the name. It's like the CR11, like, gold edition or whatever of some tractor. Like, that's those DLC you get and you're like, oh, okay, that's cool, I guess. But yeah, it's like a specific tractor that I guess is popular or something like that. But it's like, I think the tractor exists in the game. I think it's like a special version of the tractor or something like that. Yeah, it makes you think D&D, yeah. The whole danger of acronyms. Especially if they're short acronyms, like, you know, 2-3 letters. Lots of overlap. Can I figure out which tractor it was? Thought it was one of the big ones. Because I had it, or I have it. Alright. We could also check by this. Because remember it was one of the brands. It's a gold harvester, New Holland. Ah, I gotcha. So do this, harvesters. Yeah, so there's the CR11 and then the gold edition. And they're basically the exact same thing. Weirdly, this one's ever so slightly lighter. But yeah, so it's like, it's literally just the same harvester. It's got a gold paint job on it. As opposed to the bright yellow. So like that's the one when it comes to like that DLC, it's like, eh. Like when I give it out, I might give the McDon and the CR11 together. Because the McDon actually has a use. It's a really weird tractor that drives backwards kind of thing. Like that's the engine that drives, you know, this way. But it's got like a giant lawnmower connect. Well, that's a harvester connection. It's got a giant lawnmower connection to it. It's got the harvester connection and all that. But the thing that's neat about it is considering what it's doing, it's actually really fast. Compared to what a lot of the other vehicles doing those jobs are. They really don't move very quick. But it is the type of harvester that drops it back on the ground, it thatches it. And then you have to go by with a forager harvester to pick it back up. But apparently doing it that style as opposed to just like the straight up harvester, you get something like, it's like a 15% increased yield or something like that. Which is actually not that shabby. Do I think I want to do a whole extra process to do it? I don't know that that necessarily makes sense. But if you're doing some kind of like challenge run shenanigans or whatever, that could be stuff that's really worth your time going, okay, I've got this limited capacity. I can increase the amount of money I get off of this by 15% per year. You know, that's going to add up pretty quick. All right. Let's also check to see what time of year the soy is worth the most money. Well, unless it's like January or December or something like that. It won't help us, will it? So prices, soy. June. Yeah, so yeah, I'm best off just selling it right now. It goes up a lot. Like, it goes up to double its amount in June. The problem I have is I got a bunch of, in my grain raid right there, I've got or silo, I've got a ton of barley that it goes up to its good price in December. And I've never tried, I don't think you can put two different types of stuff into a silo. Like in real life you wouldn't be able to, because just, in real life that silo is just a glorified open container with ways of getting stuff in and out of it. But it does let you choose what to take out, so I might try and sell just what I need to for the contract. And then when the contract's done, I might just see what happens if we try and dump it in there as well. Because then I can remove the barley in December, sell that at price. And then remove the soy in, I think it said it was July. Yeah, that goes. But yeah, so like the McDonald's cool. If you're gonna do like grass mowing stuff, the McDonald's good. But yeah. Silo can hold different grains? Yeah, because it only struck me that I was like, wait a sec, there was a whole prompt on what I want to take out of it. Like I said, in real life, I don't imagine you'd be able to do that, but I also don't care that it doesn't work like in real life. Because like I said, most silos, from my understanding, is like a big cylinder that just, you know, you have a way of conveying the crop in and then back out of. And a lot of times, like, you'll have silos that they pump stuff into to make it into silage inside the silo, so kind of the same thing where they wrap up the bales and all that, but inside a silo. You'll have lots of times they'll put stuff in there that they want to use over the course of the year for like animal feeds, like grains and all that. You'll just chuck it in a silo. That way, as your animals need food, you can take some out of the silo again. You know, anything where you need to store crops that store well, like dry crops, like grains and whatnot. All right. Yeah, considering I think the silo has, I don't remember how much storage. It was a pretty good amount. Like, I remembered I was worried about whether or not I was going to hold the barley, and then I went up to it and it's like, oh, I'm going to use, like, maybe a third of this at worst. Meanwhile, checking the contracts again, because they do change the day goes on. I don't care about those ones. Keep hoping we see one more thing of soybeans. I don't even think there's another one of soybeans planted on the map, though, so that's fine. Not gonna worry about the cultivating and all that. And keep paying down that stuff. I just keep hoping. You're right. In real life, this is not the case. One silo, one crop. Yeah. Well, that's the reasons I just didn't think to try it before. But it was those things I did notice in this run when I went to remove from the silo. Like, why do I have to choose it? There's only one thing in here. But that makes sense. All right. Okay. And it should be one of those things that we can let the, we can switch over to the harvester and then finish the rest of this. Rest of this field ourselves, so we're not paying the worker for it. And then I can take the trailer over here. We'll sell just the amount required at the grain mill to satisfy the contracts. Dump the rest in the silo until next summer. And then during the summer we sell it for the maximum value. Pretty soon we'll be selling our other stuff for the value. Just slow down time for a minute since it looks like it's going to rain again. I don't want to deal with that whole thing. Alright, so let's get you turned around here so you can just position yourself. Be easy to access right there in that open spot. Alright. Now we can do these last 3 passes, drop it off, and that'll be another year's harvest done. No, wait, today was seeding. No, we didn't seed or harvest today. What were we doing today? Oh, no, it was I just looked at the contracts and it was like, oh yeah, there's like 2 or 3 good contracts. Let's knock those out real fast. Because I've been trying to only do the contracts that feel like they're worthwhile. Now, granted, as far as human hours, just fast-forwarding a whole bunch and not caring about any of the contracts makes us more money than doing the contracts. Because we do have a pair of greenhouses between the mushroom and the other, but that always feels cheesy when you're deliberately fast-forwarding just to make money appear. Versus just being a little bit stingy on the contracts you're taking and having a little bit fast-forward isn't quite as bad. Alright. But yeah, so for the animals, when we go to get into that, that's not what I actually care about. The animals themselves aren't that expensive. It's the chickens are the easiest one to get going. Yeah, I can get away with just like the little coop here or whatever. I do think we want to go for like the big one though. Like let's just lean into it. Because we can always just make this the farm we use for like future stuff as well. So we can spend our money to build the giant chicken coop, which is going to require me to get a decent amount of grains to support that many chickens. And all that. The one downside is where they have the objective for the $1 million of production lines. If anyone knows a place I can actually get that information, I have not seen anywhere here that I can get any type of cumulative total on what we've gotten from our production lines. Because we have our sold products, which would be from our greenhouse, which technically is a production line so far as the game's concerned. But I can't, like... I can't go to my buildings here and say, Sawmill, how much have you made me over the course of your life? There's no anywhere that gives me that information that I've seen. So I think it's just kind of an honor system of like you guesstimating or trying to do a rough calculation. And considering our money has been coming primarily through production lines, plus, you know, the occasional like $10,000-ish, $14,000 a year from the other stuff. Honestly, by the time we get the animals and all that set up, we'll be well over $1 million. I just don't have a way of demonstrating it for the purposes of like clipping and being like, hey, I did the thing you asked. Welcome back. All right. And we'll patch up the harvester real fast. I'm not going to worry about gassing it up. It hasn't used that much gas. Hey, Shara. Thank you for the well wishes. Okay. And park you up real quick. Alright, so I want to sell just enough to satisfy these contracts, and now we can put the rest in the silo to try and get our top dollar out of them. But yeah, no, normally in my runs, I will do a large range of crops, like get into rice and a whole bunch of stuff. It's just with the dare drops, they've kind of got me focused on trying to get a bunch of stuff going, and the Nexat seems like it's pretty well suited for stuff like the grains and all that. Honestly, 2,000 liters I'm just dumping in the last bit. I was like, alright, 2,000 liters, I'm not taking the time. Let's see, how does Farm Sim 25 compare to Farm Sim 22? It released as soon as the Factorio, and you still haven't had time to play it. So, if you like one, you like the other, generally speaking. Some of the big changes in Farm Sim 25 versus Farm Sim 22 is Farm Sim 25 has a lot more, like, deformation of the ground when you're driving around, like, you know, digging tracks in the ground and all that. They did add some new varieties of crops, like we got the rice and all that, where you actually have to, like, flood the field and all that, so there's a little bit more crop variety than we had before. They did add in water buffalo is a new animal we have in this version. I think we also had goats, I think, are new in this version. I could be wrong on that one. So I've got that kind of stuff. They added GPS. There was the mod for GPS. It's effectively just now in the game itself. Like, you don't need any additional thing to do it. It's just there. So, like, if I don't have it hooked up. Like, so you'll go up and have, like, guidelines. You can lock it on where it's not quite the autopilot of the workers working it, but it's not quite free flying it. You just kind of line it up and say, lock on this course, and it goes and does the road, and you have to manually turn around and go lock on that course, and it goes the other way. So it's a nice splitting the difference on, you know, fully automating versus, you know, having to do it all manually. Let's see. They had a massive rework on the rendering engine. So a lot of it, like, have like volumetric fog and lighting and all that now, which they didn't have before. Let's see what else. They did introduce some new maps, and they have been doing more of the major projects like we had on Silver Run, where you rebuild the roller coaster. All the new maps have that kind of mechanic on them too. Let's see. Contracts. If you weren't Red Beat, I'd consider you, but Red Beat sucks. Red Beat sucks a whole lot. Even $10,000 is not enough for me to do Red Beats. Alright, so we'll fast forward one more. And then that's sale day for our barley. So that'll score us like an extra 10-ish thousand. Well, actually, again, probably more than a 10,000. Because we did a bunch of contracts that we harvested barley on the same day that we got our own barley. So it did pad out the amount of barley we have a pretty good amount. A friend wanted to gloat about his girlfriend standing up against his aunt that was in the wrong. Okay. that weirdly feels like taking credit for someone else's stuff. I mean, or just being proud of your significant other, you know, holding their ground, standing their ground, whatever you want to call it, which is fair. But yeah. Hey. Alright, so got 21,000 liters of barley. None of these are what I'm looking for. That is a really big... If we had the NEXAT, that'd be a good one to do. Gonna try not get caught up in the middle of it. And is it gets transphobic? Gotcha. Yeah. Alright, so grain mill's gonna give me a better price, so we'll go over there. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong, like I can understand that. Like there's times that Tomb has dealt with stuff at, you know, work where she could easily just like ducked her head and stayed out of it kind of thing, that she pushed back. And you know, you can be really proud when people put themselves outside their comfort zone to be like, hey, I see something that's not okay and I'm just not gonna let it slide. Because like I said, it's usually a lot easier just keep your head down and pretend it's not a problem. I've always been more of the vocal person when it comes to seeing stuff that's not okay at the places I work. But even then, you still pick your battles. But yeah, still, I think it's fair to be proud of someone, you know, again, standing up for what they believe in, that kind of thing. Standing up for what they feel is right. Alright, and that's 20 more thousand off our debt. Hey, Kayla. But yeah, like I've definitely fought for a number of times. I became aware of something that's like really not okay at places I've worked, and then put my neck out. Because I had the advantage of having a, can't speak for nowadays, but within the tech stack I worked in, I was a very well-known person. So people partly wanted to hire me for name recognition. And so it's kind of one of those things that, like, I mentioned it the other day that we were talking, that I found out one of my coworkers was being paid less than anyone else in the department, despite being, like, right up there with some of the others. And I was the team lead in that situation, and I kind of just pulled my boss aside, and I'm like, hey, if you want to keep me here, that person's pay needs to be adjusted to be in line with everyone else's. Like, just because they didn't negotiate as well as whatever the heck's going on, like, that's not acceptable. We're not nickel and diming our staff. That's not how we make money. Alright, so we got our barley sold. We probably don't have any new contracts to care about. We do not. So that was, again, we made like an extra 14,000, 15,000 off the barley. So we're slowly knocking down that debt. We're going to start getting our Mighty Guard because we're trying to get the NEXAT. I can borrow up to $500,000 before the loan cuts us off. We would like to avoid going too far with that. I really am hoping, as we're saving up, that we'll just have the NEXAT show up on the on this list. I'm just hoping to see it here. I have no control over what pops in there. Okay. So with this, we're at a point. Yeah, this is the part of year we don't care about much. The barley goes in the ground in June. So, back to sleep. Hey, She-Wolf, how's it going? We can pay down our loan in the meantime. The NEXAT is a bad idea on hilly fields. Yeah, no, the NEXAT definitely feels like you really need level terrain. But the fields here don't feel like they're going to be that bad. There are some hillier fields, But a lot of the, like, this is a fairly flat map compared to most of them. It's one of the things, like, I was warned that, yeah, Luxray, I hope they get your internet sorted soon. That, like, the River Bends map, I've heard, is pretty atrocious with the Nexat. It's just, it's a very... Oh, that's what I was looking for. It's a very varying elevations kind of map that just ends up being a real big pain. But yeah, we need to use the Nexat and all of its attachments as one of the dare drops. It was one of the ones that had a higher difficulty rating just because of how much all of it costs. So still no luck there.
Thank you NG99K for subscribing for 3 months.
And thank you, NG, for the tier 1 sub. That's very much a bit sub to the channel, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much for that. We didn't have new contracts and all that. Yep, so we're just trying to rush when it's time to plant our barley again, or harvest our barley, sorry. Harvest our barley again. And then just checking out things periodically as we go along the way. That's a pretty big one there. Still no luck there. We had the CR11 I just noticed was listed there. Yeah, Darth, I wouldn't worry about what's going on with your neighbors. That's something that you have no control over and doesn't really significantly impact you directly. So it's easier to just be like, hey, emergency services doing what emergency service need to do, and don't sweat it. It is good just to pick more flatter fields. Yeah, in general, there's a lot of your equipment in Farm Sim, like unless you massively overpower the the horsepower or something. It's good to just pick flash. There's only 10 Nexat in operation in real life. I mean, it is quite the monstrosity of a vehicle to give it the whole thing there. It is quite a large vehicle. How are we doing? So yeah, so the next in-game day I'm going to deal with the water in our greenhouses. It doesn't surprise me. When I was talking to Ultra and Robo Milker when we were doing, like, the three of us were in a stream together chit-chatting. And for those who don't know, Ultra actually does farm, and Robo Milker is also, like, a farmer and all that. It was one of those things that they're kind of talking about being like, okay, but, like, what is the benefit of this? And there were benefits. But it's just one of those things that very much, in a lot of cases, you're like, but it probably still doesn't make sense for me to get it. Alright, so with this, our barley field is ready for harvesting. So I'll get you into position to start harvesting the barley. I will likely want to get the truck to start topping off the water in the greenhouses while it fills up. And we can go from there. Yeah, I know exactly. That's kind of the big pros. The Nexat can do pretty much anything you can possibly need. Like, it can't do the initial plowing of the field in the game. Like, in real life, I can't speak for any of it. Oh, I see. Do this. There. Get to work. You drop that off. Well, actually, pick that back up. I did a very tiny bit of Dungeons & Dragons when I was way younger. It's just something I never ended up really getting into. Yeah, no, it does cultivate. But, in game, like, you can't make a new field with the cultivator, you have to use a plow or the mulcher. So like in game, you cannot create an initial field for the first time. But yeah, so I played just a little bit. I never got into it. And from talking to people, they're like, oh, it was probably just a bad dungeon master kind of situation. But I don't know, it's just never something that struck me. Like, I tried it, not knocking or anything. But I'd say for me, I'm a lot more into, like, where games, like video games that you have, like, the rules are programmed into it. So you don't have to worry about interpreting the rules. Because I used to do, like, a lot of tabletop Warhammer 40k. And kind of what, like, the two things that got me out of one, it's god-awfully expensive. Which I always was a bit on the cheaper side when it came to messing with it. I didn't buy the flavor of the week or whatever. I built my one army, and I played them forever. If they were competitive that set of updates, that was good. If they were not at all competitive that set of updates, I was stuck with it. But all that kind of stuff, like, I enjoyed it. But then the other thing that got into it is, like, not even in competitive, like, literally people just trying to adhere to the rules. You'd end up having to consult the manuals to be like, wait, was this the rules or that the rules? Let me double check, these kind of things. And you get in these disagreements about the rules, even if it was like neither player was trying to position themselves, no, we should interpret it this way because it's better for me. Just trying to interpret it honestly. And it was like so frustrating that you could never get through a round without someone needing to be like, hang on, let me double check. I'm not sure how that works. And then the manual wouldn't clarify it, so you'd have to turn around and go to like the FAQ where they went to a bunch of these random questions that weren't covered in the guides and all that to get seek clarification from the people who make the game themselves. That's it. Did you know that there is a single steam-powered agricultural tractor in the world that puts the modern ones to shame with how much power to weight it's got? Not really. I'm not aware of that. I'm not an expert in, any type of, any meaningful type of expert in agriculture. I'm not a farmer. I haven't heavily studied it. Been around people and I've learned a lot from people, but that's about it. I'd be surprised, because ultimately the challenge you run into with Steam is Steam has to be generated using some other means. Coal, solar, gas, whatever. You're just into trains? Are you... Let me see what you said. Okay. But like I was saying, I'd be surprised if a Steam engine could keep up with a lot of our modern stuff, let alone put them to shame. Just because the nature of Steam is you're like a step removed from your mechanical power. Because all a steam engine is, you're doing something to make water hot, to then turn it into steam, to then create pressure to, turn mechanics and all that. Oh yeah, no, people, yeah, and that was the other thing, that part of why I never got into D&D is I never could find groups that I could reliably do anything, so it's just like, if we're trying to get the initial one going, and I'm still struggling to get the group together enough to be able to try the initial thing, there's zero chance we're actually getting through a bunch of it. Those aren't particularly amazing. No harvesting contracts at all, which is surprising. We actually got good harvesting contracts this in-game month last year. Okay, so you're gonna go up that way and then back, so we need to be on the other side of the field. I'm not saying it couldn't be true. But those are the kind of things I'm used to hearing, like someone on YouTube be like, actually, did you know the most powerful agricultural equipment is actually a steam engine? And then you look it up and it goes, yeah, that machine you said's the most powerful for weight ratio. Yeah, it's only 100 horsepower. It's objectively not that. It's cool, but whatever. You get a lot of bad information from YouTube. Or nowadays, even worse, is you type into Google or Bing or whatever, you do a search and be like, hey, when did World War II end? And it goes, generative AI says it ended in 1995. And you're like, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. And it scrapes some Reddit post that, you know, is just complete garbage start to finish. I've heard if you insert a swear word into your search, Google won't send it to the AI. You haven't had a chance to try it? I imagine there'd be things that you could do to short circuit the AI, whether it's something like you put it in there and they just won't search for certain things, or if not that you could just make the search computationally expensive for the AI, that, you know, it renders the page and just waits for the AI results that are never to come kind of thing. I am pretty tired of everything having AI shoved in it. Hey, Clapped, how's it going? Let's see, you think the ambulance crew is going to write him off because they've been working for about 10 or so minutes, possibly not good places for longer? I mean, that doesn't mean anything. I've worked along with EMTs. You'll have times the EMTs will show up and they'll be there for a half hour to an hour. Not even necessarily that like someone's in like critical condition or anything like that. That it's just whether or not it warrants riding them out to the hospital versus something that isn't. You know, they need assistance, but it's more like, oh, this person's intoxicated, potentially a danger to themselves. You know, we can hang out here for just a little bit, make sure they're all right, and then, you know, once things start to not be that bad, like time isn't that big of a factor when you consider ambulance rides. Because if it's bad, the argument would be they would get them hustled to the hospital faster, not slower. Like, if you don't believe you can stabilize the patient before loading them up, then that's a strong indicator. If you don't get them there, they're not going to get anywhere. This guy has a history of heavy drug use. Yeah, so I mean, the person could just be high or whatever. And it's easy, like, they make the call to deal with them there. You're worrying too much about things that don't matter to you, Strider. Like, you got a neighbor who's got a problem. Fair enough. They can be a disruptive and a problem for you to have to deal with, like, if they're not neighborly or whatever, fair enough. But you're focusing on someone else without having the information about what's going on with them. Like, just let them live their own lives and worry about your own. They make the mistakes they make. But yeah, them being there, because EMTs don't just look at somebody like, that person's got a problem, we're just gonna go ahead and write them off. No. EMTs will do what they can to help. Like, if someone does, like, pass away, they'll call a mortician or whatever. I mean, usually they'll still end up bringing them places and, you know, have them properly declared dead or whatever. But yeah. But yeah, like, the EMTs don't just go, well, never mind, not gonna bother. It's just not how that works. But so you just started rolling out Copilot at work and had an AI workshop. Someone decided to summarize the training session, and we're very surprised to find it summarizing things that happened well before the recording started. Oh, lovely. Basically, I not on team specific. Yeah, no, if you don't like your neighbor, that's, you know, that's certainly whatever. But right now, that person's living rent-free in your brain. Like, they are blissfully unaware of you considering any of the things. Everything this about is impacting you and is not anything to do with them. It's the same thing when someone, like, pisses you off kind of thing. Sure, you can dwell on it. It's easier said than done to, like, ignore it. I understand that. But the reality is when someone does something that irks you and all that, they go on about their lives doing whatever they're doing. And meanwhile, you sit there and be irritated, annoyed, pissed off, whatever. That's negatively impacting you. And now that's happening at, like, after they've long since left the situation. And again, easier said than done, but it's just not a thing to worry. Like, it's not a thing to put your time into. You know, and also, like, yeah, there's a certain value in Schadenfreude. For those who don't know, that's taking pleasure in the suffering of others, which again is usually you have someone you don't like and something bad happens to them. Not necessarily something like super severe, like even if it's just like mildly inconvenient happens to them. And taking a certain amount of pleasure being like, yeah, I don't like that guy. I'm glad he got that flat tire and it spoiled his day. It's still, like, this isn't me being like, hey, judgy, preachy, you know, you shouldn't feel happy about that or anything like that. Nothing like that. It's just kind of one of those things that, again, the whole, you're the one spending your time thinking about this other person that annoys you, and they're blissfully unaware. Like, it's only impacting you. It has no impact on them. Now, obviously, if the person's having a health crisis, that's having an impact on them. But even people I don't like, I don't want that to happen. I'd rather whatever behavior bothers me that they're doing, that goes away. If that's appropriate. Alright. And drop the barley off in our silo so we can sell it when it's the proper season. Pretty sure we already topped off our greenhouses. And put away the harvester. It'll double check to make sure there's nothing super lucrative that we want to worry about. And if not, we pay down our debt. Check to see if anything exciting went on sale and go from there. Okay. Nothing exciting on sale. No contracts I want. Pay down our debt. We're almost in the clear where we're not in debt anymore. The last time that happened, it lasted for about 30 seconds. Before then, they had a really good sale on the semi I've been using. But hey, that happens. Bump that back up. And we plant in September, right? Yeah, we plant in September. And those are all topped up. Cool. Alright. Just checking. Tomb had fired off a text, and with her schedule being what it is right now, I've had to keep a little bit closer eye on a lot of that stuff. Okay, nothing for us to worry about right now. No contracts we care about or anything like that. So let's try and get to September where we can plant again. Oh, I didn't pay down loan. It's fine. It'll only be like 50 bucks we could have saved. Because pretty soon we'll be making money. And that's where we have to make the decision of just buying the Nexat, taking on the loan and all that. When it comes to that point. So you got wheat. If that would have been wheat as well, we would have taken those contracts. Oh, wait. Oh, that's the one that does the lime as well. Okay, this is actually worth us buying. The Brendel here. Because this thing's normally 45,000. And we can snag it here for about 15. And that would let us put down lime and fertilizer. Alright. That's worth... Okay. So that's not a big spend. That's worth us doing. I'm going to go ahead and borrow the money we need for this. Because with that, I can actually lime the field and put down the second layer of fertilizer without having to constantly go a bunch of stuff. And this is one of the processes I cannot lime the field with the Nexat. It's one of the few things it can't do. I'm not going to worry about upgrading or anything right now. We could do that later. Okay. So yes, what'll end up happening is when it's time to plant our stuff, we can get a container of lime in this. We can plant. We can do another round of fertilizer. And that'll be good news. Yeah, so that's not bad. Because like I said, normally that thing's like 45,000, so we got on a really good deal there. And it is one of the few pieces of equipment that I will want that the Nexat does not replace. Okay, so check our contracts. We've got wheat for that. And all the rest are unfortunately stuff I don't want to deal with. Alright, so next month we plant again. So we'll do the round of the cultivator. After the cultivator, we want to put down the lime. After the lime, we want to seed and put down the first round of fertilizer. I do not believe the hoeing counts as one of the stages. Yeah, so it says it wants rowing or rolling. I don't care about that. But yeah, so you can put down the lime there. That'll be good. Okay, and how's the water doing in these, by the way? Fine for right now. You're all good. Cool. Yeah, because 15,000 to be able to increase the yield of our field by about 15%, that's well worth the price. That's going to pay for itself real quickly. Especially if we get more fields, as well as things at every single field we work. That'll be that much more. Alright, nothing new to do here. Okay, so we got work to do today. First, any contracts we want to send the harvester after. We've got 6,000 for sorghum. That's worth sending someone on. Oh. I'm glad it didn't fail those for me. Okay, I forgot to turn in the two where I did the soybean. Luckily, because I hadn't failed it, they were just sitting there. Alright, so let's get you to do the sorghum real fast. Because you can just go ahead and load up. That'll bring in, 6,000 more dollars. We could then get the cultivator to get those fields, my actual field done. And then we can hit it with the lime. We could then seed it. And if we're lucky with all that, I'll want to test. I don't think we can do the second pass of fertilizer right there. I think I have to wait one in-game month. Because basically the way it does considerations with the fertilizer is kind of along the lines of Has a process happened since you last messed with it? And I don't think the rolling counts. Or sorry, not rolling, hoeing. Alright, so get you in position to empty this thing out when it's needed. And we start with cultivating the field, then we lime the field, then we seed the field, and then we'll figure out... Like, I'll find a corner or something, I'll give it a hit of the fertilizer straight from the Brendel, and we'll see if that that does count for us or not. If it goes to the full 100% fertilizer, or if it stays at about 50. All right. But this also means by the end of this in-game day, we'll most likely be even again, not in debt anymore. And like I said towards the earlier part of the stream, the hope is going to be that I can raise enough money to be able to buy the Nexat straight up. And then what I can probably do around that might be a hit or miss kind of thing is if we get a day with a bunch of contracts of the same type, I might be able to lease a header for the Nexat, do a bunch of the contracts for extra money. Because at least that thing goes through its jobs very quickly relative to other machines, because it's freaking ginormous. So we might be able to potentially get a bunch of that knocked out. Because a field like this, like 2.5, 2.25 passes with the Nexat, and it's just done. And it can do stuff like cultivating at like 11, 12 miles per hour as opposed to 9. So it does it, 20, 30% faster per pass. And also does it in 10% the number of passes. But with that, I'd very likely be able to expand a bunch of stuff. Plus, with that kind of thing, so the actual objective on the dare drop, it doesn't even mention purchasing them, it mentions I need to use them. And so it is kind of one of those ones I suspect with it. Like the slurry one, I probably won't use at all. So I'll probably just lease it, grab a container of slurry, do however many passes, and then just unleash it just to, accomplish that goal. Because I can't imagine it wants me to... Well, what I'll probably do is I'll probably get all the other pieces of the Nexat equipment located. And, like, the one or two I'm not going to... Well, I mean, I might just hold on to it. It's fine, because then we can just put them all down. We can show me using one of them and be like, hey, look, I've used them all. Because I can't imagine they're going to go and watch the entire stream to verify I did use every single one of them. That'd be a lot of work on their part. I wonder... Oh, Discord got closed. Should probably check the Dare Drop Discord real fast and see if they mention how we're supposed to demonstrate that the production line made $1 million. Because I know they've run into that before in the past, where there will be like a Dare Drop or whatever, and just whatever objective that the person put in place, just like, how are we supposed to prove that? And they're like, oh, yeah, that's hard. And sometimes they'll find creative ways to imply, and sometimes they'll be like, yeah, just show us that you did this, and that's good enough. Got kind of caught up on that sidewalk. Let's see, stream cord. I'll have to look it up later. I've got... As a content creator, there's too many Discords you gotta keep up with. Way too many Discords you gotta keep up with. Alright. Alright, Missa, you have a good one. And thank you again for the happy partnerversary wishes and all that good stuff. This makes me think of when we did the Survivor Man Challenge for the first time on No Man's Land. And so at the very beginning of the game, because that, for those who don't know what that is, you start with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. Realistically, you start with a chainsaw, something to put some logs in, and 1 tile of land. But you're not allowed to take loans or leases, and you're on the hardest economy settings. And so the first thing you do is you end up just chainsawing apart the few trees on the tile and loading them up in your truck and getting your initial money that way. And you usually don't have a lot of money to go through. The good news is logs are actually worth a pretty penny. That lumberjacking in the game is actually fairly lucrative. Alright, so we need to meet up with you to empty this out, because you're almost full. But, so what ended up happening with that is we did that, and I got enough money to get, I believe, I can't remember, I don't think we did grass. I believe we got enough money to get, like, a greenhouse. And so we worked the greenhouses for a good long while, to barely be able to afford, like, the absolute worst possible equipment that could technically work a field. So I had, like, I remember setting up the field the first time and using like the 1.5 meter wide, the 1.5 meter wide plow, and doing an entire field, like making a net new field from nothing with a 1.5 meter wide plow. And then getting, you know, like the absolute tiniest little seeder, the absolute tiniest little harvester and everything. And, like, I remember that was a whole big thing. I want to say the thing that got it to me is I got the harvester, like, the crappiest harvester on, like, a big sale. Because of the used thing. And once I got that, I filled in the other material. But I was running around with this little tractor that... I think at that point, the tractor I had was 100 horsepower, so it could barely... Yeah, this is the plow right here. The 1.2 meter plow. Which is tiny... when you consider that's the width of the connection point right there. So you have just a little, like, it's not even the full, like, my tractor here. It would be about 2/3 the width of the back of the tractor. Yep. And so I finally got to the point where I could do that tiny little field. Oh, well, not, the field itself actually wasn't that tiny, but that tiny little space of the equipment so far as dealing with it. And it was just again and again and again going to the same exact field, and doing like 30 laps on it to just get the one process done, and had to do it all manually because on the hardest economic settings, having the AI do it, I would literally lose money because of how much I had to pay the AI to do the work. And just doing that and needing to do something like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 harvests per piece of equipment, that we went from, like, you know, the tiny little 1.2 meter wide plow to getting, we kept with the plow, I believe, but getting like the second or third largest plow because any bigger my tractor couldn't handle it. Eventually, you know, getting a respectable 4 meter wide seeder or something like that. I like those slow burn challenges. But yeah, we worked that same field a long time before I started to get a production line up and running. And once you get that, those kind of runs, they do start a long time to get going. But, you know, you'll start that every year, you'll be making like $5,000 profit, which is really a nothing burger. And that's profit, not revenue. And then like the next year, you'll get another piece of equipment, and the reduced operating time, now you're making like $6,000 profit. Cool. And then you take that, and another year or two later, now you're making $7,000 profit, because now you got the next piece of equipment that gets a little bit faster for your time, so less maintenance and all that. And you know, each one of those ones where you go up a notch so far as your profitability helps that much more, get that much more money the next year. And then eventually you start making like 50, 60, 70, 80, $90,000 a year, and it just each year, every other year, you're buying a new, you know, mid to late game piece of equipment. You love Lamp? Well, I mean, Lamp is the bringer of light. It's only right to love Lamp. Without Lamp, we live in darkness. All right. So we drop this off. We get our brand new lime wagon roller thing. Spreader. Lime spreader. That's the word. Lime spreader. Which I did not get the expansion to make it have even larger coverage of area. It's something worth considering, certainly, but I'm cheap. Okay, so we need to get the disposables, or the consumable. So we go down here. We want a box of the lime. Because I do not for the life of me remember how much I need. Oh, that's gonna be only like 20% of this thing. I think this is a situation where I want a second box of the lime. Because the good news is the lime is relatively cheap. All right, let's see how that does. And the reason we want to do the lime is I believe if you do not lime your field, it's something like a 10-15% penalty to the amount of yield you get. So it's not insignificant. It was just the thing when it came to if I had to lease it, it was going to be $1,000-$2,000 or something like that. And that'd be hard to justify. Okay. Hey, Sindari, how's it going? Thank you for the partnerversary wishes. So I'm going to put down the lime. That's going to help us boost our productivity 10-15% out of the field. It's a relatively quick process. Later on, we'll get the extensions on this thing. It'll have to do nowhere near as many passes. But right now, it doesn't really matter that much. Because the good news is you don't need to lime it every single year. Like every couple years, you gotta do a lime. Alright, start getting you into position, because that's about to get full again. Alright. Where do you want me to take that anyway? The market. That's the thing I need to keep in mind. This is not going to the grain mill like everything else has been. This wants to go to the farmer's market. If I take it to the grain mill, I'll lose money because while I will get paid for selling it, I will fail the contract, which in turn will penalize me for the value of it, and then a little bit. Hey, George, thank you again for the partnerversary wishes. And we go till I see the emptying slow down. Now we'll just park this up and switch vehicles. It should run out any second now. There we go. Alright, so let's get back to the lime. But yeah, then the other thing is, like I said earlier, I could put the solid fertilizer in this, and we can do a second pass of the solid fertilizer, and that'll boost our productivity like another 25% or something like that. Because I don't remember the exact math behind it, but it's like you have your base yield, and then you have a whole bunch of things that'll count against it. Do you have weeds? Is it limed? You know, did you roll it? That kind of thing. So you have all those. And on the other end of it, you have things that give you all sorts of bonuses, like your fertilizer. And the fertilizer can have, I believe, on your regular settings, up to a 100% bonus to your yield. And so it's one of those things when you consider, like, the base, fix the penalties, plus the 50% yield we were getting already because the seeder I was using was putting down one pass of fertilizer, and then we can put a second pass to get ourselves the 100% fertilized. That whole math should work out to somewhere in the ballpark of us getting a 25% increased payout per harvest for doing that next go of it. Fertilizer's huge. Also expensive. And there's ways in game you could fertilize that's reduced cost, but it's also kind of one of those things that, is it really worth it? It's certainly another question, because usually those reduced cost ways of getting more fertilizer are far more laborious. And then you're doing the equation of, like, okay, yes, I could save myself X dollars on fertilizer, but to do so, I have to spend Y amount of time to cut that down. If I allocated that Y amount of time on pretty close to literally anything else, I would make better money. So sure, I can save the money on this consumable, but it costs me money in that I'm putting in a lot of time on it, that a lot of times it just does not make sense to do it. Alright. And unfortunately, this style of lime/fertilizer spreader, I can't adjust the width of it like the sprayers. So like the sprayers, if I get down to this next pass where I need just a tiny amount, I can narrow it down to just that narrower thing within a certain margin. And it will consume the material way slower because I'm covering way less. I'm having a good night. Thank you for asking. In this particular case, since I only have 5% lime left in here, I'm just going to dump it on here. Because again, we only have to do it once per every couple of years, so I'll lime what I can of it. I'll be just a little bit short, I think, for finishing the whole row, but I don't think it's worth me buying a whole extra container for, you know, 1/10 of 1/10 of one row. Yep, okay. So from here, I'm going to bring this over, drop it off. Now I got to go to the store again, just making sure no cedars showed up. Go back to our cedar again. I want the fertilizer unit on there. we will be leasing that. Alright, this time I'm probably going to have to pick up some more seed and whatnot. I believe we were pretty low on our last harvest. Switch back to barley. Yeah, so we're good on the fertilizer. Let's go ahead and pick up another pallet of seeds. Because we're a little bit low. Probably have enough I could have gone through that field. But it'd be well as one's on the fence, and I know I'm going to have to buy these more anyways, so no point in me going. So if we do notice we get below 71%, that means I wouldn't have had enough. Meanwhile, our harvester's right about to finish its job. Let's see if we got another harvest that we can do with it. Nope, that was the only one. That's fine. This is also nicer because it's much easier to tell where I haven't had finished the things. Alright, so that should be the entirety of the field being harvested. For those who don't know, with these contracts for harvesting, 80% of it is the actual harvesting of the field, and the 20% of it is the selling of what you harvested. So that is a done field, you know, within, like, it might be finishing up the last little bit of that field or something, but yeah, it's doing like one last pass in the outer edge. But that should be a done field, and then it's when I sell everything, we'll get the rest. But yeah, so we were making a little over 10,000 per harvest of this field, but that was without the lime or the second pass of fertilizer. We'll see how much of a difference this will end up making for us. Yep, and they just finished their task. But then this will give us 50% fertilizer. And like I said, I do want to see if I can just go... Barley made it in time. Now we got plenty of time. But what we'll likely do is, I don't think the roller will count as a separate process, but we'll just kind of hit the corner with some fertilizer real fast, see if it counts up to like 80, 90, 100%. If so, we know it counted. If not, we know it didn't count, and we have to wait one in-game month to put down the second round of fertilizer. I'm trying... Oh, right, it was with the sprayers, I think it was, that we would do, like, we would cultivate, we would seed with a round of the fertilizer, I would spray it with the herbicide, and then I could immediately follow it up with the fertilizer, because the herbicide pass did count as a separate process. I think that's the way I was doing it before. In Farm Sim 22, that is. And that worked out well for me. I think that's how it went. Hey, such a quick thank you for the partnerversary wishes. Yeah, as a reminder, the subathon starts tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream, even with the subathon, will be mostly like a normal stream, because I'm going to start at the normal time and wrap at the normal time. But, you know, when we go over the clock, because I would imagine we will, what'll end up happening the next day is we'll start way, way, way earlier than I normally would start for the subathon, and we'll just keep going every single day, starting really early, because like the ending time is kind of a hard stop for me. 4 a.m. is pretty late as it is, but we'll start up way, way, way early. It's like basically wake up, you know, shower, eat something, jump on stream. This we'll do during the subathon, streamathon, whatever we want to call it. And I do need to have more prep that I need to get done after stream today, where I do plan to make it so at least we'll have something that, like, if we hit certain amounts, it can unlock something. That's always been the struggle for me, is coming up with those things. It's been very hit or miss on how people feel about the things I come up with. They've had some that have resonated extremely well and people have loved, and some people are just really, really not into. I was trying to fish for ideas. I was really counting on that. Just didn't get much. Because I know we could do like another, you know, to repeat stuff. I know we could do like another run in RimWorld where normally I play RimWorld as a very reasonable human being, so far as the way my colonists treat people. And so we had one of the redeems that did pretty well. As we went, okay, like for one run we're gonna go full awful. You know, cannibal, kidnapping, the whole range. You know, stuff I don't normally do in the runs these days. I was trying to come up with stuff like that to, like, unlock to play something that normally I wouldn't do on the channel. Either one, it's not my normal play style, or two, like, you know, the kind of games that I think my existing audience would enjoy, but not really something that we're gonna get like any new viewers at all. It's just games that we haven't gone through. It's been really tricky to decide on what to play on the channel these days. Like it's really hard to gauge how certain things are gonna land. I don't know, we'll figure something out. I know for subathons in the past, I've done it where, like, for every N amount of dollars we raise, I'll do a drawing, limit, like, 1 per hour or something like that, or, you know, forever whatever, like, I gotta eat a spicy bean or whatever. I don't have, well, actually, I do have spicy beans. We could definitely do that. I know with that one, eventually I had to go, it's like, nah, my stomach's really unhappy about this. We're gonna have to back off on these beans, because I had eaten a whole lot of them. I'd eaten, like, a third of the jar or whatever by the time we got to that point. It's like, yeah, no, this is more than we were meant to do. Is it one of your favorite little story moments you've had in RimWorld is the dad that died defending the room the wife was giving birth in, down the last raider and dropped from blood loss? Oh yeah, you get some wild moments in RimWorld. You know, some wild in the that's an amazing story to tell, and some that, like, that's a tragic story to tell. And some that are like, that's a cursed story to tell. I've also done where we've unlocked like multiplayer stuff where, like, you did farm sim. That one was one of the ones that landed a bit flat, that we did a multiplayer server for farm sim, and we only had a couple people who engaged in it. Like, I know Lardine popped on a lot, did a lot of lumberjacking. We had 1 or 2 others who popped in support, but it was mostly me just doing my own thing because we didn't end up having very many people involved, which is fine. But, you know, then you gotta pay for the server and all that. We did a Project Zomboid server. That was one that did pretty good. I was actually pretty happy with how that went. We had a lot of participation. Right now, it's a bit weird because of the Build 42, Build 41 thing. That particular specific one doesn't feel as good, just because people want to be doing Build 42, but right now multiplayer is Build 41. So there's a juggle there. And I'm not sure what other multiplayer games I'd necessarily want to do, because I'm not really into, like, 7 Days to Die. I don't want to do on the channel because the devs have been pretty crap. An Eco server would be fun to watch if there was something new going on in Eco. I still haven't played Eco. I've heard good things. I heard it's one of those ones that's definitely balanced around having a bunch of people involved. Like, that's one of the reasons why a lot of survival crafters don't end up getting played on the channel that much, is there are a lot of them that if you try to play it solo, it is just going to be really, really, really slow, that the considerations for the game are really geared towards having a small group of people doing it. Like, Arc is definitely one that leans that way, for example. Yeah, it's okay for solo, maybe a play session to learn it, but very much multiplayer. Yeah, that's pretty standard for survival crafters. Like, and don't get me wrong, that's their core audience. Their core audience is, you know, you and a couple of friends or a small community getting together and playing the game together. It's like a lot of them, when it comes to, you know, story or direction or whatever, they can be pretty dry there. So far as like maybe you gotta just get to the MacGuffin and find your 2 or 3 things to make it happy, but the expectation is going to be that you're going to keep progressing your tech and yada yada yada, but it's really about you and your friends trying to work through the difficult enemies and all that on the map and locate the resources. That's supposed to be where a lot of the fun. Do a collab with someone in Green Hell? No. I don't like Green Hell. Playing you go at the moment, a couple of your streamer mates who are new to the game. Very much a cooperative game. Very, very slow solo. Yeah, that's been a lot of them. Like Valheim, if you adjust the settings, can work pretty well. That's when they can get real painfully slow solo. I played a ton of Valheim when it came out to the point of burning out on it before I even streamed or whatever. And I've tried to go back to it so many times that I get to about the point of getting the iron from the swamp. And I'm just like, I just don't want to. It's like, I've ground this place enough, I don't want to. And I know I can buff the stuff, but I've usually found when it came down to that kind of thing where I gotta adjust it to make it enjoyable, it's really hard to find that balance. And for a long form game like Valheim, if you get it wrong on the balance, then you're like, well, I just put this many hours into it, but I'm getting this too easily, or it's still way too grindy. Because for me, it wasn't even the danger of the swamp. That part's fine. It was just schlepping around the swamp and then, you know, getting your tiny little bit of iron here and your tiny little bit of iron there, and you need a lot of iron. Later on, it's not that big a deal because you get totally juiced and there's ways to get iron more efficiently at that phase of the game. You get the thing that lets you detect it underneath the water or whatever. Yeah. It's inventory space in your boat. It's always in a dungeon. Big Slug, you can find the iron outside of the dungeons. There's an item you need to like detect it though, but then you can just mine it outside. But that's the thing, until you get that item, it's just a slog. Which again, for your very first time playing, is not that big a deal to do the slog one time. I think that's totally reasonable. But once you've done that slog like 4 or 5 times, it's you hit that point and you realize what you're in for and you go, I'm gonna go play something else. I do the same thing with Terraria. I've beaten Terraria like the whole way through over 20 times. Like I've maxed out all the achievements in it a bunch of times. Right now I don't have because they had their latest update and it added a couple, and I just haven't circled back. Like nowadays, you know, it's like I have Cthulhu and a whole bunch of stuff, and I get to right around the point where it's like, okay, I probably should get, you know, either set up a farm for the potions or set up a farm to try and pursue whatever weapon or whatever. And you're like, nah, man, I have made so many of these farms over the years. Like, so many of these farms over the years. I just don't wanna. Don't do that. Come on, come on. Yeah! Made it work. When you're harvesting grass, do you wait for it to dry? No, not really. You see, Farm Sim has its charm. Oh, yeah. Well, and that's like... There's definitely a lot of games I play that you can certainly argue that they have repetitive processes. I'd honestly say most of the games I play that it's true of. Like, Project Zomboid. It gets very, very repetitive in the processes, but I do enjoy those processes. Now, granted, I definitely go back and forth from being burnt out on Project Zomboid, which is part of the reason, you know, I do take breaks from it, because it's a really good game, but after thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, pain points you start losing patience for. You know, and there's stuff that used to be fun that slowly became not so fun to now they're just really annoying. And right now in Project Zomboid, the burnout's been setting in a lot faster. Because unfortunately, the pro and the con of the new crafting system is it is much slower. Just objectively, it is much slower than it used to be. And as far as durability of your equipment, it's not much higher than it used to be either. So what I keep finding more and more is I kind of feel ham-fisted into doing the new crafting all the time to keep myself able to fight, because I like to play on really brutal difficulties. And it's unfortunately on the other end, if I turn down the number of zombies, I get bored of the game really fast, because there's just not enough zombies to keep me interested. And so I am curious to see, as they polish it up, like, will we get more durable weapons from crafting? Will we see buffs there? Will they give us some type of buff on the amount we craft per pass, or like something like that? Or if it just stays the same, or if it gets even more that way. Because it is very much a thing that I could just be hitting a point where it's like, yeah, the game's just moving in a direction that I don't enjoy. That's fair, it happens. I wouldn't even say it's like a bad direction, it just may not align with what I want in the game. But I think even if I hadn't been in the game, like, sorry, I should phrase it. If I hadn't been in the game nearly as long as I have, I also don't think it would necessarily bother me as much, just because I wouldn't have done it so much to the point that, again, you get kind of tired of it. Like, you have the stuff you keep enjoying about the game, and you have those stuff that starts to get under your skin. Like RimWorld, it's caravanning. Anytime I'm involved in a caravan, it doesn't just sending one or two people to just knock something down real fast, like a proper, like, hey, I need to throw a lot at this caravan, which isn't very often, thankfully. It's a painful experience. There's ways to work around it, and I've had people be, it's like, it's not that bad. It's like, nah, it's terrible. Like, let's not be dishonest about it. It works badly. You can certainly make it work, but it does work badly. You're the least one, so we want to return that. Okay. And we can grab the hoe real fast to prevent the weeds from going in. That'll hand over to the AI, because then I'll grab the harvester and the semi and get them back put away. It's a caravanning is really only good if you use mods to assist fix caravanning. Vanilla, yeah, no, it's like, and honestly, a lot of the problems are very fixable. I think the hesitation for dealing with a lot of them is almost all of those fixes have side effects. So, like, some of the fixes were along the lines of, maybe you make it so that they don't try to leave the tile at all until the point that everything is ready to rock and roll. And they do sort of try to do that. But, like, literally have it so they load up all the animals, and then they wait, and, like, everyone stops, hops off their food and recreation and all that real quick. And then as one big group, they leave the tile. And now once they start going off the edge of the tile, it should honestly, like, almost suppress the chances of them having a mood break. Like, once they get to that phase. Because the thing that kills is just where they get into that cycle where you say, okay, go caravan. One of your people needs, like, sleep or food or whatever. Something comes up. One person has, like, a break or whatever. And then the caravan pauses, and you just get in this rotation where they stand around not taking care of their needs until they're critical, which means they have mood breaks. And so if you send a bunch of them, they just get into this rotation of people just having one problem after the other. So you have people throwing a fit because they're hungry, while you have a mountain of food ready for them to eat, but they're just not eating until it escalates. And it becomes just this whole big problem. The other one would be giving the player the choice to be like, hey, have people grab what they can, and then just as they're ready, that individual walks off the map. Don't even wait for the whole group. Just as they're ready, just one by one, they can trickle off the side of the map. Just give us a toggle to switch between them or something. Because either of those would prevent the loop kind of thing that happens where they keep not leaving and not leaving and not leaving. Because that's the issue, is when you start sending a caravan of like 12 people and you just about want to rip your hair out being like, please get the heck off the side of the map. Okay, so this is not going to the grain mill. This is going to the farmer's market. That describes a lot of things in Rual. Yeah, no, like other things like blight and all that. And again, you can manage them. That one's not as bad, but it's still those things that you're like, even nowadays with blight, when you get a blight and you're like, okay, a bunch of people are on plant cut 1 in their schedule, and you're just watching it. It takes them a while to get sorted out, but it's a bit better. It used to be terrible when you had to like grab all your people, set them to plant cut 1, zone them into the tiny little box on the blight so they couldn't do literally anything but cut blight, turn off sowing, and like all that to get them to do it. And for me, I was like, man, just let me right click on the blight with someone and say, remove the blight. And they just work at it until either A, they collapse, B, they break, or C, the blight's gone. And so still to this day, you like, remove the blight, and they remove one plant, and they go back to what they're doing. You're like, anytime I have to queue up someone grabbing each and every individual thing from something, I'm like, this is a failure in UX design. If I have to sit there and be like, hey, here's these 10 blocks, I'm going to manually tell them to pick up each and every one of them. It's like, you could just say, pick up all surrounding blocks. Or something like that. And there's mods to solve all that stuff. But those are things that when you first start playing the game are like, whatever, you don't really care. But after thousands of hours and fighting with that thing 1,000 times, you get over. You get over pretty fast. I still love Rual. I still play it a lot. But there's definitely those days where we get stuck doing a bunch of caravanning just because of the type of events popping up. They're just kind of staring at it and going, please stop. Which even then, nowadays, it's like, the way we get away without having the frustration in caravanning is you kind of learn most of the events. You can basically send just 1 or 2 people to take on the event versus an actual caravan, because it scales the event to who you send kind of thing. And so you can send really small parties to deal with most of the events, to deliberately keep the event as microscopic as possible, versus, you know, rolling out with 10 people, which then shows the ugly side of the caravanning kind of thing. No, actually, that's fine. We can just pull this over here. Yeah, no, I agree that RimWorld does have the problem where there's lots and lots of major problems with the game that they can kind of hand wave away, and choose, I shouldn't say choose to ignore, that they just don't get fixed, and it's because the mods fix them for it, you know, fixes those problems for them, and so they just don't go back and sort them out. Okay, so let's check first in this corner. So, it's saying we're at 50% fertilizer, we don't need lime, we're at 75% yield bonus. Bellrate seems like a fun take on the RimWorld formula. That was was that like the first person RimWorld kind of thing? I remember a lot of people were playing that, and from what I had heard, it was pretty good, but like it was early access kind of deal. First person city builder. Yeah, RimWorldy. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, I know I only have 1% fertilizer in here. Like I said, I'm not expecting this to count. I'm just gonna go tag this corner real fast. It does not count. Okay. That's all I wanted to do. So I know to not bother to fertilize this field right now. What I need to do is I need to wait for one growth phase. So basically, in-game tomorrow. So in-game tomorrow, I put down the second round of fertilizer, and that'll get that to have the maximum output it can have. So we're going to want to go here to... Where are you at? Big pallets, solid fertilizer. Pick up one of you. And get that filled up real quick. Okay, I thought... Did I buy the right one? Yeah, no, it's 1,000 liters. For some reason in my head, I thought it was 2,000. That's fine. It didn't go through much. So like I said, we're not going to top this off right now. I'm just getting that set up so the next in-game day I can just roll over here and take care of it super quickly. Contracts, do this. Turn you in for the extra 6,000. I don't think we have any we care about. We can pay down the loan some more. All right. I did... You should have the barley in there, right? Yeah. Okay, we're good. For some reason in my head, I thought that we accidentally sold the barley or whatever. I was like, what? No, because the barley would have been 2-3 months ago that we harvested it. And then this month we were seeding it. Yeah, I've seen a lot of games try and mimic the RimWorld formula. And there's been a couple that have been pretty decent. A lot of them, they don't get nearly the depth, which is fair. RimWorld's got literally like a decade of game development on them. I would not anticipate a game that just came out, has only been in development for a couple of years, suddenly popping in and being able to just completely overlap it. All right. So with this, I should be able to drive over our crops right now. For those who don't know, there's a thing called crop destruction in the game. You can turn it off if you don't like it. But basically, as your crops grow, you can end up destroying them. But it is those things that it kind of depends on what phase of growth the crop is in. Can't wait for Space Haven to be done. Yeah, so as you can see here, I'm not damaging the crops. But if you go much later in their growth cycle, yeah, I would destroy the poor crops. Meanwhile... Yep, I don't care about those art contracts, that's fine. So good news is we really don't use a lot of fertilizer. That whole pass wasn't even a full %. Yeah, so it'll be 3 passes to do the whole field. And it'll use just about 2%, I would guess. So with that in mind, 2% probably costing us somewhere in the area of $200 worth of fertilizer, give or take a bit. And since it will boost up our production from the field almost 25%, it's basically trading about $200 to $300 worth of expense between gas, maintenance, and the fertilizer. for about 2,500, give or take, dollars worth of yield. Needless to say, big boost. That poor guy just got sprayed? Yup, right in the face. They don't pay me enough to care. I mean, they don't pay me at all. I go to the market to get paid, but, you know. I'm not compensated based on how I treat the people in my area. Alright, what's going to happen here in just a minute is we're about a third of the way, coming up pretty close to a third of the way through stream right now. We're about to hit an ad break, and I need to use the restroom really bad. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to park this up for a second, put up my away screen, use the restroom real fast, and we'll get back to it. So bear with me. Just want to drop this off. Alright, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier. It's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Okay, just clarifying. That mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, and if after getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees, that's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. You see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. I don't know what happened, chat. Everything was fine. And then it wasn't. And in a game where a single hit can be the end. Alright, and we are back. And thank you, Cody, I appreciate that. Alright, so let's check on the, so no new sales we care about. The contracts here. Nothing there I'm going to worry about. And then we got nothing to deal with for the barley until June. Oh, how is our stuff here? Still fine. It'll need to be topped off soon, but not right this second. Cool. So we can go ahead and sell this. Well, not sell this. Advance our day, make a little bit more money. December, we cash in another 10, 15,000. All right. Yeah, so we walk over to this field now, where we did that second round of fertilizer. It was at 75% bonus yield, and it's at 97%. So we didn't quite hit 100%, but that's okay. That's pretty typical. We can go here, repay more of that loan. One more payment, and that's done. And hey, Sheep, how's it going? Thank you for the well wishes. Just go ahead and deal with it. deal with the water real quick.
Okay. Drop off the little teeny tiny bit of water in here. One thing I did notice that changed with Farm Sim 25 versus 22 is if I park this where I was filling up this greenhouse and just go away, the greenhouse will stay full until the container empties. Like, it'll keep draining the container into the greenhouse as needed. So it's kind of a nice way to, like, pad out how much storage you've got there. Especially when I got a container this size. Alright, meanwhile, we could check contracts real fast. I mean, the soybeans wouldn't be too bad. Just one small soybean one? That is a really... Okay. That's 6,000 bucks. Hey, you get over there. Could hand you to the AI. And then while that's going on, I can keep working on the greenhouse and all that. But a quick, easy 6,000? Count me in. I need to move that winch. How does profitability of having an AI do work go? Depends on the task. Basically, the longer the task takes to get done, the more and more the AI is going to be taking a cut of that task. So if you have a task that goes relatively quickly, you'll get, like, the AI won't take much out, which is part of the reason I'm having this one is the tractor can go nearly not full speed, it can go pretty fast while doing the hoeing. Versus, like, if I have to plow a field, the AI is pretty slow at doing fields that need to be plowed. So it takes a much larger cut. And it's just because that you basically pay by time, not by task. So it is those things to consider when you're doing your... Like, it's the same kind of thing you'll do when you're doing the tasks yourself. Is there some task you'd be like, oh man, that task pays $12,000, I should grab that. And then you realize it's going to take you a good 2-3 real-life hours to finish it because you're doing carrots. Or, like, whatever you're doing, like, the one of the really, really awful crops so far as how long they take. Versus then you have other ones that are like, oh, that one's only going to pay $4,000. Oh, but it's this, like, microscopic barley field that I can knock out in all about 5 minutes. It'd be pretty hard to gauge that sometimes. Yeah, you can see it's already 10% done with that field, just the time it took me to drive over here. As you remember back in 2019, you used to pay a fortune when the AI got stuck for hours and you didn't realize it was ramming a tree. Yeah, that was still very much a thing in Farm Sim 22, that you could have times where the AI would get stuck and just keep charging you the whole time. That can happen in 25, but it's very specific scenarios. Like, if I have a harvester that's harvesting a field and I have, like, a tractor blocking its path, that'll do it, where it does the little prompt being like, hey, I can't, like, I'm stuck. Like, you can get that kind of thing. But it is way, way better than it used to be. Like, the AI, I can't speak for 2019 because I didn't play it. 22 was my first one. But, like, the AI in 22 struggled so hard with even some of the most mundane tasks. Like, if it wasn't a perfect rectangle and doing something that's perfectly rectangular, you kind of threw your hands in the air on whether or not the AI could even handle it. Like, stuff like spraying, it would drive just a little ways forward and be like, I'm done, and finish only 10% of the field. This one, the AI is really, really, really a lot better. It's still got those occasional little snafus you can run into, but they're pretty few and far in between. The worst you ran into was like 1 or 2 fields when 25 first dropped that the AI didn't know what to do with on the East Asian map, which my understanding is that got resolved. I mostly didn't run into it myself beyond like once or twice. But yeah, now the AI, you can have a certain level of confidence that you can just kind of hand the keys over and be like, deal with this, I don't want to. And that the AI will get it done. Because they did a lot of rework, both on the AI and the pathing and all that for figuring out your routes and whatnot. And a lot of that got some pretty significant improvements. Alright, so I've got you because $6,000 for what's going to take all of like 5 minutes. Don't want to do those. Those other ones suck. You are all topped off. Literally when you get paid out, we'll no longer have any debt to speak of. So that's good news. And then for trying to go for the NEXAT, that puts us in really good shape because I believe we figured I needed somewhere in the area of $150,000 if I go to buy the NEXAT new and I'm willing to take on horrific amounts of debt. We'll see. I'm still hoping in the time it takes me to get that money that we will catch a used one. And that only costs us like $300,000, because with that, if I'm saving up that money, I could then get the NEXAT itself and a header. Hard for me to see where you have and haven't done yet, so which is why I'm leaving it on the AI right now. Because I was thinking is where it looked denser, that was maybe where it was, but I'm guessing it's the area that looks lighter green. It's fine. It's pretty quick. But yeah. Because then we get the NEXAT and start doing all that stuff, because that's part of the dare drops is to get that. And again, for those who haven't seen the NEXAT, the monstrosity that is the NEXAT, it's this down here. It's this thing. It is a behemoth. But what happens with it is this gap in here is basically a connection point. And so you'd go in and like this is the cultivator. So that's a cultivator that attaches to that monstrosity. It's a 14-meter wide cultivator. So if we then compare it to the cultivators you have normally available. Where are you? It's like the size of the second largest one. That requires 400 horsepower just to go. Yeah, literally only one is bigger than it. Requires a 630 horsepower tractor. And you got that. And for comparison there, to get a 630 horsepower tractor, yeah, so 630 horsepower, you're down to this bottom row here. So you're talking $500,000 for a tractor capable of pulling that cultivator. No one else here is big enough. So you're just talking a whole ridiculous scale. But then like the added bonus with the NEXAT is it can do all these things. So we've got the cultivator, we've got the disc harrower. We've got, like, the, this would be the seeder? Yeah, we got the seeder, we've got a planter, we've got the hoe for removing weeds, we've got a sprayer, we've got the header for harvesting, like, the grains and all that, and now you've got the header for doing, like, this, that kind of stuff. So, in a lot of ways, it does cover a bunch of stuff. It does have its negatives. One, it's ungodly expensive. But also, too, on top of that, is it does have the negative of it's also big and cumbersome. It's like this one big long bar. So, really, really weird terrain and all that, like hilly terrain kind of that is a big struggle for it. But honestly, when we consider, like, to get a harvester of similar size, it'd be like, what, 14 meters wide? So if we look at the harvesters,
Let's see, combinations. Yeah, so only that one would be wider. But yeah, so to get a harvester of the equivalent, you're talking $1 million in its own right as well. Yeah, because those are actually smaller than it. So it is kind of nice in that it does everything. I wonder actually if it ends up being somewhat budget friendly on the other side of the whole thing when we factor in all that. Because it is an upfront cost, but the fact that you buy like the main engine, it costs you $650,000, which is effectively your tractor. But you know, it also kind of doubles up as the harvester. It probably still not the most cost effective. Like it probably is more cost effective to go the other way. But there's going to be benefit to it. I'm eager to see how good it ends up being. Because the only time we messed with this when it first came out, we did lease it when we were playing multiplayer with Ultra. Just to kind of get a feel for what it would be like. Versus actually using it where we're going, okay, well, I need to actually make money doing this. The curiosity is how obnoxious the repairs would be on it as well, since you're using it for basically everything. How's its fuel efficiency? I can't imagine it's good. Alright, we're about to finish this field, get her 6,000. Pay off her debt. And then once her debt's paid off. Alright. We can start trying to get that NEXAT to happen. I still keep holding out hope that we're just gonna have it show up on the sale thing. Because I know it can. Because literally on the back end, there's a seed and it rolls the dice based on the seed to say here's what's on sale right now. But anything that gets brought in can show up on sale, any vehicle or whatever, any header, that kind of thing. And I know we've already seen a header for the NEXAT show up on sale, but not the actual machine itself. Okay, and there's a 6,000 we just earned. Not gonna worry about the rest of them. But with that, we can go, boom, debt-free. So all my money is mine. Now I can hop over here, get our 5-ish thousand from the greenhouses. As well as then we will sell the barley, get ourselves another 10, 15,000. This will be a $20,000 day. No sales we care about right now. Grab... Oh, I need... to grab you. Grab her trailer, go to her silo, get her barley. The other one I keep forgetting about is if we were to go after the chickens. If we were to do the chickens. I know I've looked this up like a bunch of times already during the stream. Yeah, so 79,000 buys me a chicken coop. Which then I can put in the wheat, barley, whatever. Feed the animals. And make that money. And so we can put a couple of chickens in there. We can grab the flatbed to load up the pallets of eggs to sell. And I believe we will make more money from the eggs than we would just selling up the barley. The other alternative is potentially buying one of these places that I'm selling or I'm dropping the grain off to, you know, which will probably be 150,000. And then selling the flour to get extra, which wouldn't be a bad move either. If we were to buy one of the production line locations, because we could get the... Oh, weird. The grain mill isn't on the list. Which we can build our own. That's not a big deal. Because, yeah, you get, like, the preserves or whatever. Oh, no, I don't have it. That's fine. Yep, so there's 20,000. What we could do is get the 100 or 50,000 that I mentioned, that we would need for the Nexat if we go to buy it straight up. And I could potentially maybe get the chicken coop, because it's not huge. It doesn't require water, just grain. And if we just start with a couple of chickens in there, they wouldn't eat that much. So we could time it to be with the harvesting of the barley. And just like I said, get the chickens started, knowing they won't give me very much money at first. But as the population begins to grow, egg production will begin to grow and yada yada. Alright, so we got the money from that. I don't think there'll be any contracts we care about. Oh yeah, screw that. It is $20,000, but as a plowing contract, it's gonna take us like an hour to do. Yeah. No, I'm good. I don't want to do that. Like, don't get me wrong, if you're trying to make the best money per, like, in-game time, that's a great contract. But real-life time, that's a painful one. If we had a bunch of other processes I need to be working on, it's a good one to just give the AI and be like, deal with this. And the AI struggles with plowing a little bit. But then, you know, the pay would be good. But I didn't have anything else to work on, so... Okay, so we've got you. We sold all that. That doesn't come up till June. These are all fine. None of these contracts do I want to do here. So we keep all that rolling. Very genuinely, by June, I could potentially just buy the chicken coop. Just, like, straight up buy the chicken coop. Wouldn't even be a bad idea. Nope, no luck there. No contracts I want to do. You're all good. I know I keep checking the other thing because it doesn't matter. Alright, let's get ourselves to June. And maybe we go for the chicken coop. I'm gonna keep holding out hope that we get the Nexat to show up on sale. But I'm thinking about the chicken coop that it will become another means of increasing my daily profit. Those aren't bad, but nope. Yeah, because we probably only need to borrow like 20,000 to get the chicken coop and toss a couple chickens in there. And then we just drop the grain in there and let them grow. And if we hit the point that, like, I can't get enough grain in the chicken coop to keep it satisfied, that gives me pressure to actually go and buy a second piece of land, which we've been holding out on. Those aren't bad contracts. So I've got June, so I got 2 more months. And I'll try and put the chicken coop so it's accessible from the road, similar to how the grain mill is. This time we'll try and be a little bit smarter in how I position it. So like level out the ground it's going to go out, make sure it's all smoothed out first, then put it on there. So I'm not fighting with it after the fact. So you're fine there. You're fine here. And those are at least decent. I mean, some of those would actually be like genuinely good money. All right, and I have this, which puts us into harvest day. We'll get the chickens. We can feed the chickens a bunch of the barley. It'll keep that going. And like I said, there's a very strong possibility I might end up having to buy another chunk of land to expand our grain production, because we are talking about getting an absolutely massive number of chickens. All right, so we don't have any other contracts. I'm like, this is the one we want to grab. So we're there. So we are ever so slightly shy of the money I would need for the chicken coop. Let's get the chicken coop first. So construction, 79,000. And that's when I can handle 360 chickens. Okay. So let's start by taking ourselves a little bit of a loan. That should be plenty for right now. Okay, so where do I want to put the chicken coop? I feel like I want to put the chicken coop facing here, out to this edge of the road. I'm filling that way. Let's back off a little and get ourselves. So you would want to put it right, or want to put it right. Cannot place fence here. That looks honestly fine. Do I want to customize the fence? I don't have a clue what I should be doing with this. All right, that'll work. Okay, so we got the chicken coop built. Yep, so we'll need to put animals in there and everything. Before we do that, I'm content with what I see here. We're gonna need to go back to construction, smooth terrain. I'm gonna try to do. Yeah, because I don't own this land on my side of it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted soften. There we go. I was like, man, this is not working well. So basically, I'm trying to soften up the area here so when it comes to pulling the vehicle up to this, I don't have to fight as much. And then the eggs come out this side. So I'm just trying to soften down the hard edges that appear around this. For a minute, it was looking like the chicken coop couldn't place fence there. Yeah, no, it looked like it planned for the default location, and then I would be allowed to like wrap it around this way or whatever. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna leave it alone because I don't know what else we're building here. All right, so now that we've got that, so here's where we go in, and I want this to start harvesting. And unlike what we did the last couple times, I do not want to drop this all off at the silo. We want to put this in for the chickens. Now, chicken coop, like I said, can handle 360 chickens total. I'm going to buy just a couple of chickens to get it started and let the chickens do as the chickens do and make lots more chickens. So it's not going to make us hardly any money to start with. It's going to actually delay my gratification on the barley money. But In return, once we get the chickens established, it'll be good. So in the meantime, we need chickens. So we can get... All right. We can get a rooster. You cost $6. And we can get a bunch of baby chicks, which apparently costs next to nothing. I thought that was going to be way more than that, so we're just going to chuck an army of baby chicks in there. Why do I have a feeling this is going to end really badly for me? I have a bad feeling about this. Alright, well, just like that, there's now 250 baby chicks in there. Cool. I was expecting the chickens to cost a lot more, so being able to drop just like 1,500 and just the chickens are done was like, okay. I was expecting to be like 50, 60 bucks for like any of them. But that's fine. So we now officially have over 20 chickens. So that's one of the animals technically done. But we need to get the feed here. And they're not going to produce any eggs yet. They're too small. They're about $50 each in real life. Yeah, I know, I gathered that. But it's one of those things, like, in-game, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't really fit with it, what it should in real life. It's usually when someone brings something up, it's like, well, this doesn't cost that much. And that's when you show, like, the dollar, the euro, and all, like, the different currencies where you cycle through and the money figure doesn't even change. You're like, yep. No, it doesn't. Nah, man, you've been to Costco, chickens are like $5. I think the idea is the live variety versus the other ones. All right, well, actually, wait. So you're going to go down this way, you're going to come up this way, you're going to go back. We can grab the barley. Now, my fear here is I'm going to put that barley in there, and the chickens are going to decimate it because there's 251 of them. And I'm going to suddenly realize I did not get even remotely adequate enough grain production. All right, so we'll position you here to be able to collect that when you're done. We can pay back a little bit of that. Oh, did any contract show up while we've been messing with that? Yeah, that's a good cultivating one. As far as the total pay, but I'd rather not, because it will take a while. Plus, you also get the bulk chicken discount as opposed to the single bird. Oh yeah, it's doing that thing where it snipes the corners of the field that the AI does. It's fine. $6 Boneyard live chicken eggs or $27. Well, that's a chicken egg. That's a different animal. I mean, it's not a different animal. It's a different phase of existence. We bought actual chicks, baby chickens, for $5 a pop. Eggs are gold plated right now. Yeah, the bird flu really decimating a bunch of the poultry farms has really annihilated the price on eggs. It'll recover, but that's only once the farms manage to get their like populations rebuilt up. Keep in mind that half of those that hatch will be roosters too. True, but we can sell them. That was actually the thing that made me curious, is like, okay, I have no idea what the ratio of rooster to chicken I need to be having in my farm in this game is. Because remember, it's a thing when you're looking at like a little farm, I think you're supposed to only have one rooster, that they could fight each other otherwise. Hey, JD, I could be wrong about that. That's me going entirely on hearsay kind of stuff that I've never really confirmed. But when you're talking about a farm that's going to have literally like 300 something chickens, like, I don't know if it's normal that I'd be like, oh yeah, no, they'll fight, but this whole place is split up into a whole bunch of different subsections, so they just don't even run into each other, so it doesn't matter. Like, I don't know how any of that works. Yeah, no, roosters are territorial. Yep. That was what I remembered hearing, was that you had to be careful that you only wanted like one rooster on your farm. Or like in a coop area, whatever you want to call it. Oh yeah, this is way better production. Our entire field gave something like 12,000 liters when we last did this. And we've done maybe not quite half of it. And about to hit 12,000 liters now. So we're going to be getting an extra 5 or 6, 7,000 liters. You're planning on doing a space run in space... Planning on doing a challenge run Space Engineers where you can only use the economy DLC to progress. I know I messed with that, but I do not remember any of the stuff for the economy DLC so far as, like, how much it impacts. I also don't know exactly how I get this feed in here. I'm assuming I just pull right up to this, tip over the trailer, and regret my decisions. Oh, there we go. There's the sweet spot. Oh, that's full already. Okay, so you only carry 9,000 liters. Alright, that's a little bit more encouraging. So now the downside is that chicken coop is going to make me literally $0. I mean, technically it'll actually make me -$, because I have to pay maintenance. For the first 6 months or so, while those baby chicks become not baby chicks. And then they'll start producing eggs. And I also believe that they have like a health rating that slowly goes up from 0% as you feed and take care of them, and then the yield they produce goes up with it. Meanwhile, I don't need to buy it until we have eggs. But the next thing we'll want to consider is we get the semi-trailers. Is we will need one of the trailers that I can load up eggs on. Yeah, so that's for pallets. Oh, you can change the labeling on it. I'm a little concerned with some of these pallet ones. Is the auto loader kind of thing, making sure that works smoothly. Flatbed trailers. Oh, so for that, make that a dark gray. Main color, make that orange to align with everything else you've been doing. And the rim color's fine. It'd be no license plate. And that'd run me 29,000. I believe that'll work with the... Yeah, it's got autoload. Because I am not forklifting several thousand eggs a day. Because he put his modded playthrough, but you'll only use the economy DLC to progress, which means no legitimate salvage. Yeah, and that was I definitely had done times in Space Engineers where, like, in the past, for those who don't know Space Engineers, it's another, like, survival crafter style game, but it's all, like, in outer space. You use, like, grinders and all that to disassemble stuff and drills, and you have production lines to make materials to build your ship out and yada, yada, yada. But one of the fastest ways to progress is to just find another ship and then just hack it to bits and take all the materials to then build your ship out of those materials. Like, it's super duper efficient to do it that way. I've done runs where I haven't allowed myself to do that I do have to mine and manufacture all my parts. I go back and forth, which I enjoy more. Like, I know one of the most fun times I've had in Space Engineers, it was playing with a couple of buddies that I had built this, like, little space station salvage yard platform thing. And what they were doing is they were getting ships, and they would anchor them to their own ship and then fly them to my platform where I had the landing gear. Then pull the ship up, I'd engage the landing gear to hold the ship there. And I basically just had like a chop shop. Thank you, the Ants. I do appreciate that. So I had a lot of fun with that because, like, it was one of the only times that, you know, I kind of had my job in Space Engineers. That I was just chopping, processing materials. I had set up like a whole filtration system where I could just chuck all the parts into a bin and they would naturally go to their, you know, wherever they were needed. And the others enjoyed it because they just wanted to build ships and go fight the other ships and collect the debris and all that. So it's kind of this cool setup we had going on. I imagine I would have gotten bored within time, but that was before, like, I'd come up with nearly as elaborate, you know, ideas of, like, having a bunch of shredders just pushed forward on pneumatics or anything. Like, we couldn't do that quite then. Where nowadays, like, you can just, like, fully automate the process. Just lock the thing in place and just have it where it just shoves grinders slowly across. I wonder if I can make this drop in there. I'm not going to fight with it. I can't tell where the sweet spot is if I can even dump directly from this. I've never tried before. But instead I can just dump it into this trailer real fast. And then when we're done filling up the greenhouses, I can come back, drop the trailer in. Oh wait, it's full. What am I doing? Right. We made the comment about how the chicken coop only held 9,000 liters. So that's why it's not accepting more. It's not that I'm not in the right spot or whether or not I can do from this. I honestly don't know the answer to those things. It's that there's nowhere to put it. It's full. Let's see. You need to make RimWorld mod that takes stores and prompts from an LLM to chance character event behavior. Okay. I mean, I think the randomization works great as is. Like, I get the idea you could have more, like, dynamic things. But I generally find the stuff that has used stuff like LLMs to, like, auto-generate stuff, the quality of what they generate is pretty garbage. I'd rather they not do that. It could be fun as, like, just the, okay, here's this thing, let me try and do it just to see if I can. That part of it could be interesting. Let's see. Now, basically, you'll start with the respawn ship and the coordinates to the economy space station. Basically, not allowed to take anything from the NPC ships, even if you were to take it out, until you get something like a mining or salvage ship. Then you get a higher end materials. Yeah, so that actually, yeah, like building a salvage ship, because even your starting ship, you could take apart a couple of pieces and convert it into a salvaging ship. Like, pretty easily. I've done that before. Just literally, like, hacked a couple chunks off and shoved the drill on the front, or hacked a couple chunks off. I know they changed the material requirements for a lot of things. That makes it a little bit more involved now than it used to be. Hey, Luke, how's it going?
Because it used to be like super easy to build a bunch of that stuff, and I know they did make some of the materials harder to come by in that. Alright, so with that, we've got the field cleared. It gets planted in September. I don't think there's gonna be any contracts. They'll be like, oh my god, amazing, let's do it. Nope. We have a little bit of money we owe because we did get the chicken coop and the chickens. But all things considered, I don't think that was that big of a setback. So let's see, we put 9,000 liters of barley into the chicken coop for 251 chickens. Let's see how much they eat per day. Because that's going to be the concern. Is that I need to make sure I am making enough grains to keep them happy. We got discounts here, none of them I care about right now. We can go here and repay a little of our debt. So you're all fine. For the animals, total capacity, yeah, so they did burn just over 1,000 liters of grain in one day. And supposedly we got 69 liters of... These are 1-month-old chickens. How did I get 69 liters of eggs? Unless that rooster's really confused. I don't really understand how that works. Because I'm under the impression I shouldn't be expected to see literally any egg production for 6 in-game months. Alright. Yeah, so they're hitting puberty still. Nothing to deal with here that I care about. Yep, let's advance a month. You want chickens when you move, but not that much. You don't want to have a casual 251 chickens on your property to take care of, where they eat literally 1,000+ liters of grain every single day, well, month. I don't know what the weight to volume ratio is for grains, but I imagine 1,000 liters is a non-insignificant amount of grain weight-wise to be lugging around. Alright, so you're all fine. You're all fine. Okay, so you have 347 liters of eggs. And they burned through another almost 2,000. Oh no. Hell no, I could not pay for that. Well, the assumption would be that the chicken's existence would partially pay for that. Alright, well, so we get to September, which is when we plant our next round of barley. I'm getting that sneaking suspicion we don't have enough acreage to keep the grains, you know, the grains topped off, that I am going to have to buy. Hi, tornado. Just rolled right over my face, apparently. Alright. Those are both fine for right now. Ooh. Ah, red beets. No. Saw the big contract, got excited. Okay, so we're almost about to get our first 1,000 liters of eggs, which I believe is... I should actually walk up. That's a good sleep, right? Through a tornado? Yep. Yep, so we're getting our eggs on. We'll be able to get, I think, some like 8 pallets over there.
Okay, nothing there. We can go ahead and repay a little bit more of that debt. You're still doing your thing. We are in September, which I believe is our planting month. It is. How are you doing on food? You have burned through not quite half of the food already. Them chickens be hungry. It's almost like 250 something chickens is a couple of chickens. Oh, let's see. Yeah, for right now, I'm going to hand you over to the AI, because I'll deal with the, topping off the feed. Because now we're no longer worrying about just strictly getting the mouse out of our barley. It's literally, we're in a situation where it's like, no, I've got a small army of chickens to feed. That is going to be getting almost 100, no, more than 100 more chickens, because of what, 360 chickens I can get in that coop? Okay. All right. Yep, the chickens are just in here chickening, as they do. All right, what other things should we be working on? I will probably need a container of fertilizer, and we should be good on seeds. Let's go ahead and get our container of fertilizer while they're cultivating. We can go down here to consumables, solid fertilizer, buy one of those. We will also probably not need the lime. Because as I mentioned before, you don't need to lime every single harvest. Yep, so no lime needed today. Also, 20 need way more space, food, veterinarian service than you're really... It goes 5. Yeah, no, there's definitely like the efficiencies of scale. When they don't have food, they get hungry. Fact. Alright, so what do we have? So we are already cultivating. Right, so I'm probably going to need to borrow a tiny bit more money. We can go back here, because I'm going to need to grab the seeder again, get you, customize, add the fertilizer attachment, lease, yes, okay, do that. And that should have everything we need to get through this in-game day. Honestly, you know what? Let's go to our equipment list here. Vehicles. I know it's not worth much. I'm going to get rid of the winch. It's just sitting there blocking my way. It's not an expensive piece of equipment to begin with. And I'm not expected to use it anytime soon, so we'll get rid of you. Meanwhile, if I were to get rid of the sawmill... Does it tell me how much I would get for it? 13,000. I don't think we're going to be using this for a long time either, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. Get that little bit of money and clear that spot out. And now I can go here to our loans. And we're back to being in the positives. Because I'm thinking, with as inexpensive as that sawmill is, I'll probably just wait until we go to clear up another tile that I actually need it. Because we're looking at the tiles of land I'm probably going to be buying. It's probably going to be these neighboring fields be the next actual land we buy. You know, and then if not that up here, like really for tree-covered fields, I don't think we're going to be able to get any of those anytime soon. So that'll probably just sit there. Realistically, what I'll probably do is I'll end up putting some other animal pen there. The catch being, if we were to look at our animals, what would be the next animal we would get on here? So probably not the cows. The cows end up needing a lot of stuff to go with them, plus that thing be big yo. I don't care about the horses right now. We have the pigs. That'd be the same kind of thing where we'd need a lot to facilitate the pigs. The sheep would probably be next, I think. Because of the sheep, I could turn this... Oh, see, that's a drop-off point? Yeah, so the sheep, I could see turning this and probably plugging it in around here somewhere. Maybe making like a little dirt road in between. But like plug that in there for the sheep, because if we build this barn, I don't have to give them water. We already have the chicken, the bees don't need the thing, and the dog. That's fine. Yeah, so it'll probably be the sheep next, because they just need grass. But realistically for that, to set up the sheep though, what I'd want to do is probably... Well, I mean, we could buy this tile, and I could use that section over there for the grass, because we're going to be clearing this out. The sheep is next doesn't sound ominous at all. It is what it is. You know how this goes. Like, I can also buy this area right by the water, and again, just leave this as grass, because I don't need a lot of grass to keep the sheep fed. But, you get the idea. I could probably buy a section of land that's not super expensive, because we already own that one. We can go here to see the... Yeah, so I could also buy something like that, where I can use this section of the grass for mowing for the sheep, or also other barns and that. And then this section we can combine with our field to expand our farm. Okay, so you're getting pretty close to wrapping up that section. I just don't even mess with it right now. Contracts. Nothing that looks good. Our debts are paid off. The animals are at 100% productivity, apparently. Which is interesting, because like I said, I was pretty sure we don't get any productivity until they hit age 6. But then they're going to slowly give us eggs to sell. The next purchase we'll probably need to do to work with the chickens, like I said, is going to be a trailer for the eggs. I'm definitely going to want to take advantage of the autoloader, just because needing to do that every couple of days using the forklift, I've done that many times. When I'm doing my Survivor Man challenge, I'll usually force myself to manually do most of the stuff for a while. Not until the production lines get built up so much it's just painful. Alright, let's also check real fast, because I just genuinely don't remember, is if we go to our factories, I think eggs only get used in the bakery for the cake. I don't recall there being another production line that accepts eggs. Yeah, so we have it for the cake. And I think that's it. Oh no, we can use them for preserved. Yeah, so we can preserve food with the eggs. What the heck do we make? Is that mayonnaise? What the heck good are we making with the preserved? So we've got the eggs, which are apparently bought in a lot of places here. Because there was a bottle of something I couldn't make out what was, which is what I'm guessing it is. No, that's preserved parsnip. What the heck do the eggs make? Unless it's some combination of things I'm not thinking of. Yep, well, I have no idea. Because we're getting through this whole list and I'm not seeing anything. Because again, we got like the cake, but that's the bakery. And I'm not seeing anything else there. Well, right, the cake is the bakery though. That's what's catching me up. Is we look here, and the preserved food, it's something that the preserved food makes accepts eggs. And that's what I'm at a loss for. Because I got well, maybe it's just a canned good. Pickled eggs? Yeah, no, I'm not seeing a pickled thing. Like that's the thing. The list of stuff's down there. We got canned goods, we've got the boxed rice. It could be like a pickled egg thing. Because you wouldn't bag your eggs. Either way, I'm not saving, like I'm not doing this for 300,000. That could kindly just do its own thing. And I think even the 36,000 to get whatever the good is out of it maybe makes sense, maybe not. But for right now, we can take the eggs and just sell them. Alright, finish that up so I can seed this. I don't need to lime it. Yeah, so we'll seed it, we hoe it, and then we, yeah, so it's literally just seed it, hoe it, then the next in-game day we would put down the second round of fertilizer. My assumption is the rate we get eggs is going to massively increase once those chickens get bigger. Yeah, so that's not quite a full 1,000 liters. What is the price of eggs in the game, by the way? Looks like it'd be down here. All right. Yeah, so they're around not quite $2,000. In November is like peak season, so we sell eggs in November. And you're done cultivating. That doesn't look like that stripe got finished. There. Okay. So now I can grab the seeder, load up the seed, the fertilizer, all that. Get that put down to get our next round of barley starting to produce. Because those chickens be hungry. Those chickens be real hungry. And as they grow up, I think they're going to eat even more. So I think getting as much of a buffer as we can now would be a good idea. All right. Oh yeah, well last time I said if we got below 79%, we'd have been ever so slightly short. There we go. Yeah, so it's going to be a thing that we're probably realistically going to have to expand our farm, or we will get to the point of needing to sorry. We get to the point of needing to buy food. Which that'll massively cut into our money if we do end up buying food. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. Almost planted the wrong thing. It would have been fine. Planting wheat would have been okay too, but I'd much rather grow barley just to do something a little bit more interesting than wheat. All right. Yeah, so November is egg selling time. That's I know I mentioned this like a couple streams ago, Farm Sim. There was a mod in Farm Sim 22, and I've yet to see it show up in Farm Sim 25. But there was a mod where I could go to a good that is producing, say eggs, and then I could turn around and be like, hey, when the egg price hits, 1,900, notify me. And all it does is like where you have like the message up here where it says like, grain mill is having a great sale or whatever it is. It'd be like, plunk, eggs are over 1,900 today. Because I liked that because you got to the point where you're starting to have so many different crops on your farm. You practically needed a ledger to be like, I sell this on this day, and this on this day, and this on this day. And then also when you got like the notification, where it's like the notification in game was like, hey, great price on something at the grain mill, good demand there. What it's doing is randomly it's choosing one of the crops that says that crop is worth more today. And you can go and look at the price manually, find and go, oh, I want to sell that. But it just gets annoying to try and track them down to the point I ignore it as a mechanic. And that mod also was nice because when that happened, even though it was like an unusual time of the year, it'd be like, oh, hey, even though this is the off thing, because of this great thing, great deal, it's a better price than it'd normally be, so it's actually worth doing. And so it's much nicer for not having to sit there and like constantly check prices. Does the game tie to real world prices? No. There is no association with the game and real world prices in a lot of ways. Because like if you look at right now, I have $7,517. If I go into my settings real fast, I can go right down here. It's here somewhere. And now I have 7,517 pounds. And I can go right here again. And I have 7,517 euro, because apparently all of these have a 1-to-1 conversion rate. It's not based on real world economy or anything like that. Because also one of those things you'd have to get into is if they were to do that kind of thing, every different market in the world has its own thing. So while in some places in the world right now the prices of eggs are astronomical and awful, there are also places right now that in the world that the prices of eggs haven't really changed. We have some places where like dairy's been hit by various issues, that dairy is really expensive in certain areas, and other places dairy is dirt cheap because you live right next to a cow farm. But you get the idea. And the locations in the game aren't associated with specific real-world locations such as vaguely Eastern European or vaguely Southeast US or vaguely Eastern Asian, and all that. I honestly wouldn't want it tied to real world. To me, that's not as interesting. Because, like, yeah, it could be, like, playing in that. I can see where people would want that. What I would actually like to see them do, and I don't care if it's a mod or whatever, it would be kind of cool if as you played the game with other people or whatever, that what other people were selling in the game would nudge the value of goods. Like, you'd still have, like, a set range, like, how high it could go at its maximum and how low it could go at its minimum. So, like, it would still be reasonable to do any of them. But it would be pretty fun, like, if everybody was growing soy, because, like, that was the meta of the week or whatever. Everyone is growing soy. That it would crash the soy price, and then other crops would go up. Because I think that type of thing, like, right now, I did the math when when Farm Sim 25 first dropped. I went through each and every crop, and I calculated how much it was worth for the amount of acreage dedicated to it. So, like, what was the best and the worst kind of thing. That it was the grapes and the olives were the worst so far as money. This isn't counting initial investment. This is just, you've got the crop down, gas, maintenance, seeds, fertilizer, all those kind of things. For, 1 acre, how does each crop fare up against the other crop? And it was that, like, the olives and the grapes, which are very laborious on top of that, were handily the worst, like, by a very large margin. And it sucks because, like, okay, these are a much more involved crop. A lot of people don't like doing them, and the pay sucks, which makes it extra sure no one's doing them. It would be nice if the fact that nobody was doing them, that their value kept going up until eventually you're like, you know what, I'm going to do that. Like, even though this is a very laborious plant, it's making enough money that it's worth me taking the time to do it. You know, whereas like the really, really simple and low effort crops, and like I said, they need a minimum so that it doesn't be like the price crashes and you just can't make money at all doing it. I wouldn't want it to be that severe. But like the really common crops, your margins wouldn't be as good, whereas crops that people are less likely to do would pay far better. So in a certain extent, it would make it worth your while to be like, you know what, I'm going to specialize my farm and grow sugarcane. Like, no one's really growing that much sugarcane. I'm going to do it, and by the sheer ratio, I'm going to be the small grower as far as the what is produced, and thereby I will make very good margins, so I don't need nearly as much farm to make good money. Kind of like how Elite Dangerous, you can dry up a commodity if you're running too much in a sector. Yep. Oh yeah, no, I used to do a lot of so like, I'm blanking, the background simulation. That's the word. I used to be very, very heavily into the point I even made tools to hit the various APIs to pull a bunch of data about what's going on in the background simulation, to do prediction and all that kind of stuff. To help be like, hey, you know, here we are with this faction, here are the eligible targets we could expand from this system if we chose to do it. Okay, well, we want that system in particular. All right, what do I got to do to make sure my expansion lands at the target I want? And go in and do all that sort of stuff. And you'd do some really wild things. It was one of the things that bothered me with the background simulation was for trying to secure your space and everything in Elite Dangerous. A lot of times you had to fight against your own faction to push them down, to trigger civil wars and that kind of stuff in your systems, to then win the war, to take assets from the other factions, so that eventually your faction controlled all the different things in the system, because that made it extremely hard for someone to take it from you. You know, not counting smuggling and all that. But it just means the random people doing missions in your space are far, far, far less likely to do stuff that hurts you. You know, people are not specifically targeting the background simulation. I went in deep on that. I was part of a very, very successful group in that, and I was kind of the one who managed all the strategy and logistics around it. Not the one who did like all the groundwork. I did my share, but you know, everyone chipped in on that. Supply and demand at its finest. Well, this would strictly be supply. Like demand, because I mean, you could do that side of it if it realistically, if in Farm Sim you also had, because you can buy the grains to then take to the animals to do that, but no one really buys hardly any of the materials. Like you'll buy the animal feed typically. Some people will, I mean, but it was just kind of one of those things that it's really hard. Like the grapes and that, no one's buying the grapes to take it to their production line to then make the grape juice. But I could see in a world where they made that far more reasonable of a choice, that could be another part of it, where you'd also have the demand side, that there'd be like an artificial demand in the background that would just be like a minimum, but then the player demand would also, again, would consider the ratios and all that. Let's see, you started too, but found a few passengers and refugee shuttle routes that made all your money. Yeah, you just got the Twitch Sing thing. Twitch Sing hasn't been a thing in a long time. That was where we used to have like the karaoke thing on Twitch. That was even like, that's before I even started streaming that was a thing. That Twitch used to have agreements with a bunch of publishers to effectively do karaoke stuff.
And then I think what ultimately happened was the different groups who were supporting it, like having those agreements that I'm assuming Twitch was providing money to allow it, and decided just not to invest it. That didn't make sense or whatever. You just got the Twitch thing. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, I primarily stream on Twitch. I do have viewers over on YouTube, and I do keep the YouTube side for the VODs and all that. Like, it's not like I don't support it. The issue is just very genuinely when it comes to the streaming experience between YouTube and Twitch. Generally speaking, both from the viewer and the creator side, YouTube does a lot less to support things. They're far less feature rich. There's a lot of like weird side things that go on with it. They don't do as much for their moderation side thing. Like there's a lot of shortcomings YouTube has. And the worst thing is that frustrates me about it is so many of them are very solvable things that other platforms have solved, but it's just not the priority for YouTube. That recorded content is what YouTube does well. So like even finding live streams on YouTube, you have to like go to a whole separate thing. It feels like you're like walking out into the tundra in Siberia to go seek out the live streams. And it's a whole thing. And like also just with the way the algorithm on YouTube works is if you have a channel that on the same channel you're doing live and recorded content, they do punish each other. That if I do recorded content and that's what people are used to and my live stream gets promoted on there and my live stream underperforms because that's not my normal content, it artificially has the algorithm push down my recorded content too, because it's deemed as like it's underperforming, knock it down. So like that's the reasons why you see so many people out there. They'll have like, you know, whatever live, whatever, you know, gaming, whatever cooking, whatever. You know, you have all your different slices of content. Because very genuinely, if you promote your content to your subscribers and it underperforms, that YouTube will suppress it within the algorithm, that they'll prevent pushing it. So like it's aggravating that literally for helping you get your content promoted, it's often you want to untick the box that says, hey, promote this among the people subscribed to my channel. Because if it isn't content directly in line with the type of content you provided before, where you have a bunch of your regular viewers pop in and be like, oh, but that's not RimWorld, that's not Prison Architect, whatever game they're used to watching on you. So they understandably bounce, that your channel gets punished for it. It's super annoying. I hate playing the algorithm game over on YouTube side. It's really, really aggravating that you have to sit there and play all these silly little games. Or the algorithm shall smiteth. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Versus on Twitch, it's just, okay, what's your viewership? All right, you are in, you know, the farm sim category. Okay, well, you will be put up, you know, highest viewership in this corner and work your way down. Fair enough. That's the number that matters. You've got the recommended section on Twitch, which does have some algorithms behind it that we don't know all the details on. But generally speaking, it will promote channels that are performing well within the similar categories of games that you're watching in the channel. It'll recommend channels where you have a large shared viewership. So if I have a viewer that watches my channel, and for example, FG Squared, if we have a lot of people shared between us, it's far more likely that FG Squared's channel will show up in my recommended section. And there's a whole lot of stuff in there that we have no idea why it does it. But those are like kind of the two big ones, is shared viewership and, you know, plays similar game categories. And YouTube has some of that stuff, but there's a bit more of a Pandora's box. And again, I really dislike the whole, hey, you know, viewers, like, and I get why they do it. Viewers bounced off early in this video, start suppressing this video, and if it's enough of a thing, start suppressing other videos on the channel that it's seen as like bad content. Because I get it, because there's a certain truth there that if you have a video that has a disproportionately high number of people who go to start watching it and then stop watching it early, you know, you don't want to waste, as a platform, YouTube doesn't want to waste its limited surface area to show you on things that it deems as bad content.
but it is one of those things that is just like a real big pain. You had to install a browser extension for Twitch to show you all channels that are online. It's super annoying. To show you all channels that are online. I'm not understanding because I haven't had that problem. Like, I have had the problem when someone just started streaming like a moment ago and my page is not refreshed and not seeing. I've had that, certainly. But I never had it where it's like suppressing them or whatever. I do know you can have it where it will default to channels you follow and not necessarily channels you are... Oh, by default, it's hiding our languages? I see what you're saying. Yeah. Which is weird, because I've had to go in myself to add saying, hey, don't show me channels that aren't streaming in English. I've had to do that before. So it's weird hearing the opposite experience, but I also haven't changed it in forever, so that could have changed. I always like second and triple guess if I'm returning the right thing. All you do is go videos, then back to live and updates? Yeah. But yeah, no, if you're multilingual, I could see that being a thing that maybe it defaults to whatever language and you run into headaches because of that. Oh, wait, we're not done. I almost forgot an important step. We need to roll it. Well, not roll it, sorry. Rolling it is a separate process that would be nice to do if I had the money for a roller, but I don't think that's where I want to put my money, because rolling it is one of those things that people will heavily debate if it's worth your time or not in Farm Sim. It does give you a very, very small percent increased production, but it also takes time to do, and there's that. Let's see, you follow a lot of people on high streaming days. It always hides the lower video ones. You used to look them up on mobile because they... for all that. Gotcha. So for me, I still see them all, but like I either... because like you get the column on the far left that has all the stuff, so I'll still see the people who only have like 1, 2, 3 viewers. It's just, you know, you have to hit like the little arrow on the bottom to keep scrolling down kind of thing, because they get buried. Which, you know, you can understand when you follow enough channels and you gotta scroll down like 4 or 5 screens or way down there. You don't do that? I mean, that's fine. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. But yeah, no, yeah, if you like anything that refreshes the browser, whether you just hit F5 to refresh or you click on the tab and go back, will refresh the list of people streaming. But yeah, no, I do know it's a thing, but apparently we have a limited number of people we can follow, which I haven't hit it. I heard it's like 200 or something like that, or 2,000. But yeah. The extension worked great. You're so pleased? Well, I'm glad. It's just... non-experience I've run into too much, because it's one of those things that once you get down to that far down the page, I don't have many channels that have stuck around on those smaller numbers. A lot of the smaller channels I followed, either one of two things happened. One is the channel gradually grew and it's no longer that small, or they stopped streaming. A lot of them fell in that second category. There's a lot of people who I really liked what they're doing, smaller streamers, like, oh man, this person, you know, this person's gonna probably do pretty well, like, you know, you're a friend of the channel, or it's like, okay, they'll probably do, you know, they'll probably, you know, blow up at some point. And then it's kind of one of those ones that you look at there and they just stop streaming, which is understandable. Like, if you spend a month, 2, 3 months, and you're still stuck at like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 viewers, you know, the motivation starts to dry up. You're putting in the effort, you're not seeing results, and, or, you know, your situation changes. Doesn't even need to be anything like that. You're small, you stay small? Yeah, there are a number of channels, like, honestly, because I stream the hours I do, there's a lot of people that probably do stream of those smaller numbers who are still around that I just never see because I'm live while they're live. Or they stream while I sleep. There's definitely a couple who are down there. But, like, one of the ones that surprised... because I go down there and check. Like, I actually noticed my older brother was streaming the other day. And he hasn't done that in ages. But, he would stream the very rare, like, speed run, because, you know, for it to count, he has to be live or whatever. He used to help host a couple speedrunning events as well.
Never had any real viewership on their channel, on his channel, but it was like never trying to. That wasn't the point. That wasn't, he got the result he wanted. He wanted to have the recording of the speed runs so that like he could share them and have them be official and yada yada. That was the point. Shiba says 2000 is current. It was 150 past, which is possible to accidentally hit. Yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me. I don't want to know how many channels I follow these days. Because again, like I said, I'm willing to bet if I went through, I don't ever go and like do a follow purge or anything like that so far as the channels I watch, or not watched, follow. I'm willing to bet I probably have at least a good 50 to 100 channels that are completely defunct now. That just, the person streamed, situation change, interest change, whatever. And there's a billion completely valid reasons. But they just don't stream anymore. Right, okay. And so, like, those channels where you go and it's like, when is the last time this streamed? 3 years ago, it's like, alright, well, they're gone. If they haven't streamed in, like, 3 years, it's not that they couldn't come back or anything, but for all intents and purposes, if they haven't streamed in 3 years, the expectation of them randomly streaming again is pretty low. And if they do, like, they're going to be starting from scratch. Anyone who was keeping up with them probably has moved on to other things, whatever. All right, we got that. Any contracts? Ooh, again, it's a really crappy prop. Keep getting teased by those ones where it's like decent money for a harvest, and that's a really lousy crop. Okay. So now I need to go and put down the second round of fertilizer. Time to get a snack? Have a good snack. Yeah, I do try to support smaller channels when I see them on. Like, I'm not gonna name drop because I don't want to be like, no, I support the little people. Like, I don't want to sound like that. But like every once in a while when I'm like in a shared category with someone who has like a smaller channel who I know does good stuff, like I'll pop in there. Sometimes I'll pop into lurk. The big thing is I wrap up 4 a.m. my time, so there's a lot of times I'll just lurk 1 or 2 channels and I'm basically spent for the night. But sometimes I can't sleep and I get to lurk more. Sometimes I on the days I actually take a day off are probably the days I do the most Twitch viewing. Because usually it's like an hour or 2 before stream, I'll pop on Twitch while I'm doing like, cooking myself something to eat, that kind of thing. Days that, Tomb's not home or whatever. Well, she's at work. I shouldn't say she's not home. She still spends more than half of the day home. But, where I'm fending for myself for lunch. Is he gonna catch me in Sim Chop? Yeah. Well, yeah, like very, very genuinely, after the end of stream while I'm still in wind down, I'll usually spend a lot of time in Ultrasaurus's channel. Simcopter 1's another one I frequent. FG Squared's another one I frequent, and Bloody Drongo's another one I frequent. Right now with and Penny Meowie's another good one. I also get over to Tim's the Sorcerer on occasion. That one, the overlap's a little trickier. That some days, like lately, it's been easier for me, because Tim's been going a bit later. But a lot of days, like Tim would wrap up either right around or, just before I wrapped up. But I don't know if his schedule changed or time zones or what. But I've been able to catch a good like hour of the stream. Like I catch kind of the tail end of it. But yeah, I like to catch a bunch of them. They're all really solid. Penny Meowie is also fantastic. She's a bit later than me though, so I don't get to catch as much of hers because usually by then I'm ready to pass out. Right now with the time zone, that's one of the things kicking me is because now my schedule's an hour different from, compared to people in Europe. Because we just had the daylight saving switch here in the US. That for like that small couple of weeks, you know, it's harder for me to catch, like, FG is one of the channels I tune into the most, but where normally I wrap up and literally at the same time her stream starting, there's a full hour gap between right now. But yeah. Hey, Insane, how's it going? Let's see, one person you watch is active in, like, 2 chats while they stream. You never understood how they could do it. You can watch them on cam. There isn't a pause for it. Yeah, that can be good and bad depending on how it goes. Like there's definitely people who they cooperate with each other a lot and they do cross all that stuff. I still get blown away by that. Like even you know, I'll post a message on Discord for a question or whatever and someone live responds. Not like a direct message to them. That you know, I get it. People watch those. But like, you know, on like my stream team's Discord or on like the Product Zomboid Discord stuff, you know, that's actually not a good example, but like one of the Discords that a bunch of us are on, that I'll post something and someone live responds, I'm like, what are you doing? And my assumption is they'll like, when they go and take a restroom break or whatever, they post that kind of thing. Oh. Alright. Yeah, no, you're full. But yeah, like that always gets my thing. There's been a few people who it's a growth strategy for them that I have very not great feelings about. I'm not gonna say the creator in question, but there is a creator who, like, their whole thing is they would do round-based games. And in between rounds, they would pop into other people's channels who have very high viewership. And, you know, they'd say hi, like, you know, they want to, like, do proper networking. But they do it while they're live, and all that kind of stuff as a way to draw people to their stream. I don't think it's an effective strategy. But it was, like, a really weird thing. Or I remember people trying to use shoutouts as a way of drawing people to him, where they would just shout you out without any context. And so, you know, you get the little notification that someone shouted you out, and you're like, okay, well, that's really cool that this person shouted me out. And then you come to realize they were doing it because they wanted you to mention their stream and your stream. And these are people I have no idea who are. For the record. It was not like, you know, like once in a while, like randomly I'll be like, you know, Ultrasource has shouted out Rual Storge, or Allison Adventures has shouted out Rual Storge. I'm like, all right, I guess we're talking about Project Zomboid over there or something. You know, that's totally on the up and up. But it was literally people trying to like figure out all these gamified ways of getting you to shout them out. You know, and I'm like, but I don't know who this person is. I'm not going to shout them out because they shouted me out. Yeah, a lot of new channels pop into chat for a few channels for like 20 minutes before they go live. Even I do that. Like not as a growth strategy. It's like you sit down, you're getting ready for a stream, you're like, all right, so I got like 30 minutes till stream. It's like, you know, Pankraru's on, or trying to think of who else, or like Snoot's on, or whoever's on. It's like, oh yeah, let me go hang out there for a little while. A lot of times I'll just lurk. Sometimes like if it's something interesting going on, like so far as like interesting as in a conversation for me to jump into interesting, sometimes I get drawn into the conversation. That's fine. Like when you've been around the platform, you start to recognize people are jumping in the channel just to get the shout out kind of thing, and people are jumping in the channel because they want to hang out while they wait for their thing, or you know, to wind down after their thing. But yeah, no, a lot of people will hop in. That's fine. I think Cookie shouting out my channel to myself. Yeah, definitely follow that. Follow that Rual Storge. Definitely worth following. Basically, if you like what you're seeing right now, right here, absolutely the same thing. Basically a copy. But yeah, I've seen all sorts of wild games that people try to do to, you know, growth hacks kind of thing, and like 99% of them are straight up garbage. That you're like, no, you're not considering all the negatives of what you're doing. A lot of them are burning bridges and all that to try and get yourself maybe some viewers. Yeah, let's see. Do you still get the ping message from shouting yourself out in your own channel? No, it doesn't look like it actually. Oh, you know what? I don't think it did when that command happened. I don't think it did it on the top. Because, like, I have the shoutout command, which I recently added, the SO command, which is what popped up the thing on that side of the screen and posted the little blurb about it with a link. That worked, because that's a command in Firebot that I've done. Versus, like, the actual shoutout where, like, expands the thing from the top and gives you, like, the little heart you can just click to follow right there, and gives you a drop-down where you can see the most recently played game. I don't think that works on your own channel. Like, I don't think it does anything. Alright, so just topping off the water here real fast. And we're getting pretty close to time to switch over to 2 Point Museum. Because we have been splitting our streams half and half between the two. That way we can keep progress happening towards these dare drops. As well as we can, I can indulge in 2 Point. So far, like, I've been happy with how long 2 Point's been doing well. A lot of those tycoon games usually are like hot for a week and then the audience just dries up in the entire category. But 2 Point, I think, has done such a good job of knocking it out of the park. Been sticking around for a couple of weeks. What? Oh, that's not what you want. Scooch back just a little bit more so I can slide that under. Alright. Does this Barb Sim have dairy production chain? Yes, you can do like milk and cheese and that kind of stuff, yes. Or actually, there was cheese, right? I'm not lying to you. I know there is a couple things that dairy can do. I just don't remember what. So construction, let's see here. Alright, so there is butter. So I see the butter there. Yeah, so we have the dairy farm. Yeah, so the dairy, it accepts the different types of milk and sugar. It looks like you can make cheese, you can make, like, pasteurized of all the milks, and butter, and I'm guessing that's yogurt on the far right? Oh, no, it's goat cheese. Yeah, so it looks like you can make cheese and then pasteurized milk. Alright, so with that, let's advance a month one more. Does your computer sound like a jet when playing this game? No, my computer is very quiet. I have to do this. Thanks to Fractal for giving me a really fantastic computer that has proper cooling. Like, for the record, sponsored by Fractal. That was the reason I was like, you know, I had the little eye roll for a minute. It was like, oh, I mean, genuinely, the case is a significant contributor to making it not loud. But also, there's some, like, cringe level of, like, promotion and all that. And, yeah, you know, it happens. Alright, so... You can't even go an hour without it crashing and blue screen. That sounds like overheating more than anything. Yeah, no, if you're dealing with your computer sounding like a jet's taking off, and then blue screening and crashing, that sounds to me like your computer's overheating. Which, yes, you know, the game contributes to the fact of making your equipment work really hard, but also that is an indicator that you have a cooling problem on your computer. Like not as good of not good enough airflow, like your case is too mashed up against a wall or inside like an enclosed space, or just not enough whatever. Are you just like not eating anymore? Are you all on a fast now? Why are you? I'm so confused. Oh, maybe they had to eat extra leading up to getting to that point, and now that they're good, they're gonna eat at a lesser rate. Oh, you know what? I think it's literally taking it out of the trailer, just like the water does. All right, what we're gonna do real fast. I'm gonna drop that trailer. I'm gonna probably need to take a little bit of a loan again. It's probably plenty. We need to go here, and I'm hoping this works. I need one more tick of money. Because what we're going to do now is we're going to get the trailer here for dealing with the pallets. And you were the dark gray, right? You'll be the orange. Darker gray. And no license plate. Alright, so I'm really hoping this works the way I want it to. You have a bed that has fans and you put it where the intake's the air? I mean, like, I can't help you, like, troubleshoot cooling on stream. That's just not a possibility. It is one of those things that you have to, like, take a lot of figuring out your cooling and all that. It could also even just be that the fan in your CPU or your video card or whatever is just not adequate. It's just a thing that can happen. But yeah, no, if you're getting to the point that your game is blue screening, it sounds like a jet taking off, something's wrong. Some things you can do to help with that is do a frame rate limiter on it. Gonna let me hook up to that. I, for streaming reasons, always keep my games limited to 60 frames per second. Okay, got worried there for a second. Alright. Oh, you're running a laptop? Yeah. Laptops are notorious for heating problems. Alright, so we're supposed to have, like, the autoloader. I don't know if it's actually detecting those pallets to pick up, though. Because I really don't want to have to get a forklift, especially with that terrain being what it is. I'm not seeing any of the prompts change. Let's go ahead and turn around and come from the other side. Because this did mention it's supposed to work with the autoloader. Which is kind of the point. Because I don't have super strength or anything turned on, which that might be something we do if we have to fight it too much. Because I'm not seeing any changes on the prompts, whether I open up the door. I do see that it has different stacking methods. Alright, let's check settings, because I haven't messed with this mod in forever. There'll be vehicle, there'll probably be autoloader here near the bottom. Universal autoloader, toggle loading, shift P. Oh, its controls are being weird. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Control Shift F12 for debug mode. I'm gonna regret this. Okay, so it does detect that the eggs are inside the range of the debug mode. All right, let me scroll back down there because it was highlighting them. Toggle loading was remapped to Shift FP. Yeah, so I was hitting the right controls. Let's see. Toggle loading, horizontal filter, toggle unloading side, selected material, yada yada, material type, fasten, unfasten, open, close rear door, open and close curtain side. Is that my problem? There's no curtain side. Maybe, well no, because it detected on this side. So it's not loading it up, even though it was highlighting. So the areas it's supposed to load, unload are on the sides of it. Yeah, because as you can see, those are the load and unload zones there. And we pull up and it shows the eggs we know it's detecting. But for some reason, I'm not getting the prompt. So we do see that the eggs are inside the zone. And Shift P is supposed to pick them up. Well, that is annoying and a problem. Okay. If I sell that right now before we use it a bunch, do I get the full amount back? Because you cost $29,500. We just drove it in a circle. How bad am I going to lose on that thing? I'm going to lose $4,000 if I sell it back now. Because I don't want to deal with loading it in the back of the forklift. So we're just going to go ahead and take you. You do not seem to be working. I'm going to get rid of it. So we're losing 4,000 bucks in that. Because I cannot be fussed with dealing with that. This one I can load behind a regular trailer. See, that's the one we just bought. I'm definitely not buying it twice. That would be just silly. So what I'm trying to do is find something I can load up those pallets on. I just don't have to do the whole forklift garbage, because I've done that many times and I'm just not interested. I was hoping to do it with the semi. You don't really know what's happening? So there's a mod called Autoloader, and the entire idea is you pull up next to something, you hit a button, and it puts it on the back. Because otherwise you have to manually run the forklift. And that's fine for a little bit, but it gets very tedious very fast. I believe we go down here. I think one of these had like an autoloader section. Maybe it was on you, Universal Autoloader. It's been a long time since I've used this mod, so I do apologize. I thought this was gonna be like 2 seconds, walk up, hit the button, and load it up. Maybe it's inside the... No, this is where I'd expect to see it. Because otherwise I have to get the forklift, it costs a bunch of money, and you have to like really flatten the terrain, and it's a whole big thing. Universal Autoloader, there we go. Oh, the extension's over there. Yeah, I don't care about that. So apparently that's detecting. All right, well, I didn't want to go to 46,000, but if that works... How long ago was the last save? Let's save right now before I do this, because if this is something I buy and it just doesn't work, I'm going to back out on it. Just because. It was 46,000. Just because buying stuff and it not working because the game does a poor job of describing things. Yeah, because that does mention it can auto-load. I don't care about the extension. The rim colors are just going to make them silver or gray or whatever like the rest. No license plate. Okay. We will buy that. Yep. Let's grab that real fast and see if we can't load up the eggs. Because even though the eggs aren't going to be remotely worth that, not right now, I'm looking at this of I'm going to need to load up pallets a number of times throughout this run. And then plus this thing can also do other vehicles that are smaller. I'm not sure if we'll run into a case where we need that, but you know. Okay, and if it doesn't work, like I said, we're going to be switching games here in a moment. So... you can pull up to this. I mean, you're saying start loading. But then you're not. Go to our controls. Alright, so Shift P is to toggle loading. There we go. Because it double stacked, we're good there. Yeah, so that's what autoloader does, is what you saw there. Where it stacked those up. Meanwhile, where's the place who buys the eggs for the most? That was a lot of a hassle that I didn't want to deal with. Alright, so right now... looks like the farmer's market's where it's at. Okay. But yeah, so as we get more and more crates of eggs and all that, we'll be able to sell those at a much better rate and all that. Sorry, not a better rate. Like you can see, I'll be able to load up a lot on this thing. I guess that other semi-trailer just didn't work. That's fine. So we wasted 4,000 trying something that didn't work. After which we then got we got something that did work. It cost me more than I had planned for a 46,000. That's okay. It'll just take us a while to make that money back, but that's fine. If I say a while, it'll be a couple in-game months and it'll be as if we didn't spend it. And then as we get more and more goods, it'll just sort itself out. And there's $6,000 worth of eggs sold. Okay. But yeah, so that mod just means I don't have to operate the forklift. I've done that. That was, when I've done, like, the YouTube video challenge things, I've always done it manually. And I've done it manually a lot on stream, too. But it is those things that you can... me loading those up, especially with how unflat that terrain is, I could easily burn half an hour just loading up stuff with a forklift because it just wants to fight with me. Alright. So, double checking what we got going on. Because getting ready to be about that time to switch games, and I need to use the restroom here, so I'll just do all that in one go. We could repay at least a little bit of what we owe. The contracts, I'm not really worried about. What are you? Oh, cultivating the giant field. Like, that actually might be worth the money, but I don't want to do it right now. Yeah, so grain is still full. We are still sitting on 250 chickens. It's at 6 months that they hit adulthood that I believe we get the highest production. We've got that going on. The water's fine in our greenhouses. And it is in June that we harvest our barley. So that's said and done. We should be good there. And we're normally... you got a snack? Nice. And we're normally... we would be selling our barley in December. Our barley is now food. So we no longer get the 10 to 14,000 from the barley. Instead, it becomes feed for our chickens. And then our chickens turn that barley into eggs, and those eggs becomes what we're selling. And so we get a little bit of extra bang for our buck from that. Can't wait for the giant Nexat cultivator. Yeah, I keep putting it off because I don't want to spend the full price. But we're getting to the point I'm going to need to. With that said, what's going to end up happening here real quick is I'm going to save the game again. Because it is getting to the point of switching over to 2-point. So with that said, all things considered, we did make some good progress today. I wanted to get the Nexat, but we kind of got distracted a few other things. So I got a new trailer for the semi. We did get the chicken coop and all of that stuff. We got the trailer for putting down the lime and the fertilizer, which is also good. So these should be adult chickens now. Yeah, that's what you want to see. Yeah, so now their production rate should dramatically increase. What wasn't there one more thing I got? It doesn't matter. So the point is, new trailer, chickens, and the thing to put down lime and all that. So we've increased our yield. We also paid down. We had some debt at the beginning. We paid most of that down. We do have a little bit of debt again, but not as much as what we started with. So it was a very productive day on the farm sim side. So I'm going to go ahead and save this real fast. And what's going to end up happening, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping for a couple of minutes. And that's just unfortunately the fact of the way YouTube works. If I switch game categories midstream, it breaks the whole thing. So I have to like take it down and bring it back up. So with that, bear with me for one moment. Because what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and put up my away screen. Like I'm going to end the YouTube side, so I'll be back in a couple minutes YouTube. But I'm going to go ahead and put up my away screen, use the restroom, get the game switched over, and we'll get back into 2 Point Museum, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for